Good morning. I call the Senate out of recess and call the Senate to order and recognize Senator Carson for a motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adjourn from the late session.
All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion to adjourn passes. We are now in the early session, and we will please be attentive to our chaplain, the Reverend Mark Warren. Good morning.
Thank you. Let's pray as your faith allows. Lord of all creation, we are grateful to be here today using the gifts and talents that you've given each person to serve the people of the New Hampshire and in this Senate chambers today. Lord, thank you that we can be here together and that we can remember one who has served in this chamber before, Jim Forsythe, who unexpectedly lost his life at the young age of 55. Jim served the Senate from 2010 to 2012, representing District 4. We're grateful for his life of service to our country and to this great state of New Hampshire, and we pray that you would bring peace and comfort to his family today. As our senators present arguments and new and amended laws, let your spirit of understanding and peace rule in the room today. Lord, you see each person's needs, and you meet them in that place of need. And we thank you for being present by your Spirit. Amen.
Thank you, Reverend. Senator Altschiller, will you do the honors this morning?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Senator Carson, could you light the candle for former Senator Forsythe? Thank you. Could you please join me in a moment of silence for Senator Forsythe? Thank you. Introduction of guests. Senator Prentiss.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, colleagues. I'd like to introduce to you our page for today from the great city of Lebanon, Nikki Bover. Nikki is a junior at the Connecticut College, where she is majoring in government, with minoring in environmental studies. So you're going to need to meet Senator Avard and Senator Waters and some of the folks that work on environment and natural resources. And I just also want to share with you a special personal connection, is that Nikki's uncle, Nikki's grandfather, was Michael Whitcomb. He was a longtime captain at the Hanover, New Hampshire Fire Department, who, when he retired after taking one of the first EMT courses in this state, he bequeathed to me his EMT notebook, and I still have it from 1973. So thank you for joining us today. Please join me in welcoming Nikki.
Senator Carson, introduction of guest.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to point out two individuals that are with us today in the gallery. Someone who has been a fixture here at the State House for, I don't want to say too many years, but for quite a while. Bob Scully is with us today. And, Mr. President, someone who was quickly becoming a fixture in the Senate, Marissa Chase.
Any further introduction of guests? Seeing none.
Mr. President.
Can I be recognized for an additional introduction?
Yes.
All right. So I'd just like to introduce another regular fixture here in the State House representing emergency medical services, Christopher Stawas from the town of Hollis.
Bills moved from consent. House Bill 458 from the Committee on Energy by Senator Avard. From the Committee on Executive Departments, Senate Bill 487, removed by Senator Carson. Special orders. Without objection, the following bills are special ordered to the next session. The Committee on Commerce, Senate Bill 328. Committee on Education, Senate Bill 341 and 525. The Committee on Energy, House Bill 458. The Committee on Finance, Senate Bill 511. The Committee on Judiciary, Senate Bill 423 and Senate Bill 462. Without objection, today's FN report is adopted. Senator Carson moves that the consent calendar with the relevant amendments as printed in the day's calendar be adopted, and that all such bills found ought to pass be ordered as follows. FN bills not waived under Senate Rule 45 to the Committee on Finance. Non-FN bills approved for referral to Finance by the day's FN report to the Committee on Finance, and all other bills to third reading. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The consent calendar is adopted. We'll now move to the regular calendar, and we'll begin with the Committee on Commerce. And the Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Commerce, to which was referred Senate Bill 308 FN, an act relative to the minimum hourly rate. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 3-2. Senator Innes for the committee.
Senator Innes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 308 FN, inexpedient to legislate. This bill would have increased the minimum wage to $12 an hour by September of this year and $15 an hour by next July. 2025, that is. Raising the minimum wage could have potentially dire consequences that could impact state workers and small businesses throughout the state, including fewer jobs being available, reduced hours for employees, a transition towards automation, increased prices, possible business closures, and upward compression on wages. Businesses throughout the state have already responded to the free market by offering competitive wages. Despite this, they've continued to struggle to fill open positions. A majority of the Commerce Committee asks for your support on the motion of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 308 FN. Thank you, Mr. President, and if I could speak to the bill.
Senator Innes.
We've been here before, I think almost every year for a little while, from what I can discern, and certainly the last two. And while raising the minimum wage seems to have a certain appeal, I think we have to take a good hard look at what might actually happen if we increase the minimum wage too drastically. And we know that raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour could have a negative impact on New Hampshire families and certainly New Hampshire businesses. According to a recent study by the New Hampshire Department of Employment Security, establishing a state minimum wage of $15 per hour would have some significant impacts. For example, the GDP of the state of New Hampshire would fall by more than $800 million. If that GDP is falling, that means our business enterprise tax and business profit tax revenues will also fall. The state's population will be almost 10,000 people lower, and its labor force reduced by 6,000 people. This would further exacerbate the staffing shortages we see throughout our state and throughout our economy. We also know that the most impacted workers will be those low-wage workers, oftentimes people starting out in that first job. You go to Market Basket and you see all the young people bagging groceries and working the checkout. That's important. It helps to establish a work ethic, gives these people some responsibility at a young age, and helps them to develop into more productive citizens. I worry, as do many others, that some of those jobs would be automated and disappear. And I can tell you there are certain stores in my district, if you go to them, you have a very hard time going through an actual checkout and not doing it yourself. There just aren't enough staff there as it is. Industries such as food service and drinking places, leisure and hospitality industries will be especially hard hit, as would retail trade. These industries are vital to our economy. With our no sales tax and our terrific vacation locations, we simply don't want to hurt that. Raising the minimum wage will have a big impact on our tourism and hospitality industry, tremendous impact. This is one of the most important industries in our state, perhaps the largest. There are 3,000 restaurants in the state of New Hampshire, 65,000 restaurant and food service jobs. There are 300 lodging properties and over 7,500 jobs in those locations, in those businesses. The free market is working already. We find that these businesses are already paying significantly more than the minimum wage, usually double at least, and are offering $15 to $20 to start. The New Hampshire Employment Security Economic and Labor Market Information Bureau says that in 2023, the average wage for food preparation and serving-related occupations was $17 an hour, well above the proposed rate set in this bill. Compared to other New England states, we're doing just fine. We are not the lowest wage state in New England, and you can look that up and find the numbers. We're doing just fine. The free market is addressing this issue. People are well compensated. There are lots of great jobs for young people in restaurants, in hospitality, tourism, and elsewhere. And I encourage the body to uphold the inexpedient to legislate recommendation from the Committee on Senate Bill 308. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Innes. Senator Susi.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm sure much to your surprise, I rise in opposition to the committee's recommendation. To be more precise, to my colleague in District 7, this is year 12 of an argument to raise the minimum wage. This chamber has actually done it before, and I think it's long time that we do it again. As I rise before you, I kind of feel like it's Groundhog Day. Those of you familiar with the movie starred Bill Murray and Annie McDowell, and Groundhog Day was when poor Bill Murray kept waking up, and every day, despite his efforts, was the same over and over again. I do feel a bit like Bill Murray today, because I feel like I have done this over again. But so many other things have changed at the same time. And I want to address a couple of the issues that my colleague mentioned. I know we don't use props on the Senate floor, but certainly in committee I had a handout, and I want all of you to envision this or come by and take a look before you cast your vote. Our New England states, New Hampshire geographically is a very small state. We know that workers travel over borders to work each and every day, whether it be Massachusetts, Maine, Vermont. New Hampshire currently doesn't even set a minimum wage. We rely on the federal government for that. Don't do that in a lot of other instances, but for this one, that seems to be good enough. And that number is $7.25. Now, our surrounding states have a little different approach. They actually set real wages, so there is a minimum wage. So let me give you the highest. So that happens to be Connecticut, $15.69. Rhode Island, $14. Massachusetts, $15. Maine, $14.15. And next to New Hampshire, the lowest minimum wage in all of New England, $13.67. Now, I know it's been said that New Hampshire's doing pretty well. We have low unemployment. We have, we actually pay wages that are higher than minimum. Some of the businesses that we were being told would be impacted by the minimum wage, in fact, if you ask them if they're paying the minimum wage, they say no, because they need to attract workers, and it is a competitive market. They do need to pay well more than $7.25. So then what's the harm? Well, I'm still trying to figure out what that harm actually is. Now, over the 12 years, I've heard different arguments. I've heard wage compression. I've heard, oh, entry-level jobs should be less, which is funny because when you talk to businesses, the last thing they want is a scaled wage. They just want a flat minimum wage. They just want to know what the rate is. And that's franchises like Dunkin' Donuts, that's independent grocery stores, that's small corner store. They want a flat number. It's easier for them to administer their payroll. When I first sponsored this bill, and I have data that goes back just a little before 2009, there were certain things that you could rely upon. So this is looking at data from the greater Manchester area, so the city, but also the towns surrounding it. The cost for one adult and one child for housing was $1,042. Today, those housing costs, and I say this is considerably lower than a lot of the things we're hearing, $1,646. Food costs, about 2009, $317. Today, same food, one adult, one child, $559. 76% increase. Healthcare, $256. This is monthly versus $537 today. I want to find out what that policy is because I might look into it because it's a whole lot less than I'm paying right now. But the fact of the matter is that all of these costs have continued to increase, yet the wage hasn't. What does that say about the state of New Hampshire and about those of us in this room? Now, I know a little later today we're going to debate some other bills, and people are going to be talking about superlatives in New Hampshire. New Hampshire is the freest state. New Hampshire is the safest state. You're going to hear a lot of these things. But there are a lot of lists that we don't rise to the top on. And that's because the minimum wage is a factor. And when you look at the minimum wage and our surrounding states, it really poses what I think is a moral question. If you are to believe that the market is doing its job and market forces have raised wages, then tell me what the harm is. What is the real harm? Because by leaving the wage, by deferring to the federal rate at $7.25, we're sending a clear message that we don't value work, that we don't value workers, and that, we just let businesses decide on their own what they're going to do. We have no floor, so to speak. We let businesses go on. If they can find somebody for $7.50, that's fine. Now, we all know people who work a full-time job, 40 hours a week, and make minimum wage, they can't live. Can't live here in New Hampshire. Not based on the costs that I just read. They can't survive. And as I stand here today speaking with all of you, I know for a fact, not only in Manchester, but in some of your districts, there are people who left a homeless shelter this morning who work. There are people that have jobs, but even though they are working, they are such low-wage earners that they can't afford to find housing. Now, that to me is a moral call. Now, I know some of us are people of faith, some of us are not, but there is a dignity in work. There is a dignity in being able to support yourself, to provide for yourself, to provide for your family. And by not increasing this number, what do we say about that dignity? What message do we send to the people of the state of New Hampshire? I don't think it's a very good one. I also don't understand the unwillingness to not work on this legislation. I have asked many of you, what's the number? Came up at our hearing. Chair of our committee asked one of the folks who testified. I mean, come on, $7.25, really? I mean, there has to be a number we could move. I'm asking you to pass a bill that would raise the wage to $12 an hour September of this year, and then $15 July 1st of next year. Give me another number. If those numbers are too high, every other piece of legislation, I've worked with many of you, and we've compromised. We've reached a point. I can't believe today, in 2024, March of 2024, we can't come up with a number that's more than $7.25. I can't believe that this state wants to continue to send a message that that is okay, that it's okay for someone to work at a low-wage job and not be able to live in an apartment, in housing that isn't a shelter. Because there are people in this state that work one job, work two jobs, that simply can't make it. They can't afford some of the basic essentials that every person who works should have. That's the moral imperative. That's the reason, although it's year 12, I stand before you and ask once again, please, please do something about this wage issue. Let's set it. Let's respect the dignity of work. If there is another number, I am open to talking to you, but what I'm not open to is to consider, to continuously just kick the can and say, there isn't an issue. There's a real issue. Today's the day to fix it. Today, let's give some of our hardworking and struggling New Hampshire families small raise that gives them the dignity to be able to provide for themselves. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Soucy. Senator Chandley to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise also in opposition to the motion of inexpedient to legislate. The reality is that because of our low minimum wage, someone working full-time in the state of New Hampshire may not be able to make ends meet. They may rely on government assistance programs. The reality is that when workers are not paid a living wage, New Hampshire taxpayers must subsidize their earnings. Individuals deserve a living wage, a wage that affords them the ability to make ends meet and thrive in our state, not one that requires them to depend on government assistance. As my friend from District 18 said, the cost of living has risen significantly over the past 15 years, and our minimum wage is not going up. The vacancy rate for rentals is still dangerously low at 0.6%, and rents are continuing to rise in every corner of the state. People are facing housing insecurity and homelessness. They are being forced to make hard choices about what food they are able to buy and how much electricity they can use. And not having a livable minimum wage exacerbates these problems. We should be encouraging people to live in our state by ensuring that they will be treated with dignity that they deserve and that they have access to what they need to thrive. Keeping our minimum wage at $7.25 an hour does prevent economic growth in our state. Our lack of responsiveness to the rising costs of living creates an environment and an economy that does not encourage young people or folks looking to start a family to move to our state. We have heard that almost no one is working for minimum wage, but in fact, some people are working for minimum wage. Those are the workers for whom I now speak and for whom we should all stand. New Hampshire should ensure that its most vulnerable workers are guaranteed a minimum wage that approaches a livable wage. Our low minimum wage tells those looking to move to our state that our state does not acknowledge that hardworking families or any hardworking individuals deserve dignity regardless of the job they do. I ask you all to join me in voting against the ITL motion so that we may today pass this bill. Let our New Hampshire workers know that we believe they deserve to be treated with dignity in their work, regardless of the nature of that work. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Chandley. Senator Gannon for a question of...
Senator Seven, from Seven, Senator in this. Thank you, Senator, for taking my questions. You know I'm a tough father, right?
Yeah.
Push the kids a little too hard. So my teenagers, I don't want them, I'm not paying for summer camp. It's just not going to happen. That soccer summer camp she's going to have to pay for. So I told her to go look for a job. And she went to Hampstead and 3 jobs right away. First day offered. In Sandown, 2 jobs offered. The lowest paying was $13.50. She had up to $16 offers they're looking for. My older daughter, who's still a teenager in college, coming back, she's at Walgreens doing a pharmacy tech thing, 20-something an hour. It was like 2 weeks training to get the pharmacy tech license. Right. So it seems, at least in my southern district, that there's a lot of job opportunities for these teenagers, and that they're all making substantial amounts of money. So isn't the real wage, I couldn't find anyone making $7.25. Are they out there and I can't find them? I don't think the good senator from Manchester either really had any people that she could point to making this. So isn't the real income more like 14, 15, 16 an hour?
Yes, Senator, indeed it is. And it's interesting, the $7.25 an hour wage that is allegedly being paid in our state, I can't find it either. It might be camp counselors and things of that nature where they're on duty a much longer period of time. But honestly, I've not found evidence of that in the things that I've considered. And you're right, the real starting wage is right around $15 to $16 an hour for most entry-level jobs, even at fast food restaurants.
And don't you think that's the message people from out of state are seeing? In New Hampshire, it's 15 or 16 minimal.
The data are showing us that people from out of state see New Hampshire as a state of opportunity.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there further discussion or questions? Senator Lang.
Question for the senator from District 18.
Senator Soucy.
Yes.
Thank you. So, according to the study that was cited by our colleague from District 7, workers in these low-wage sectors will experience the highest number of losses in response to an increase to the 15-hour minimum wage. How do we square the idea that this bill is intended to help low-wage workers, but the data shows it'll actually hurt them by reducing opportunities?
Well, Senator, thank you for that question. There are a lot of studies about wage compression, wage issues. That is but one. I can show you many other studies that show you disproportionately more women are in lower wage jobs. I also invited all of you to give me a different number. If the number of 15 is too high because that's what's going to compel people to lose jobs, then let's talk about a different number. But we all know, no matter what study you look at, 725, which is what this state relies upon, is an indignity to people that actually work. Thank you.
Thank you. Follow-up?
Follow-up?
So again, according to that same study, though, this bill will decrease employment opportunities available for low-wage workers. How do we square that idea that a bill that's supposed to make opportunities more are actually going to make opportunities less? Shouldn't we be working the other way to make more opportunities available, not less opportunities?
Senator, I completely agree that we should be making more opportunities available. I would suggest to you that if you talk to business owners, because when I talk to them in my area in Greater Manchester, fact of the matter is this is not going to reduce those opportunities. There are unfilled jobs all over this state. The problem is if we want people to come to this state, we need to stop sending the message that we don't value work. This study I do not have a copy of it, but my understanding is it's a national study. Here in New Hampshire, I can tell you in my microcosm, in my district, the problem is unemployment. And the problem is that even businesses that are paying $15 an hour, which vast majority of them do, some even far more, can't find employees. So the issue isn't that there aren't going to be workers. The issue that raising the wage businesses are already doing, and yet they're still not attracting employees to fill all of the positions we have. So I do not believe in any way that this, specific to New Hampshire, is going to reduce employment opportunity.
Thank you.
The motion is inexpedient to legislate. A roll call has been requested. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the motion of inexpedient to legislate will say aye. Any opposed will say no. The clerk will please call the roll.
Senator Gendreau.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentiss.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi. Yes. Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator Chanley.
No.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
No.
Senator Bertzel.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka. No. Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
14-10.
The ayes have it. 14 to 10, the motion of inexpedient to legislate is adopted. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Commerce, to which was referred Senate Bill 335 FN, an act relative to alcohol packaging. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is to be re-referred to interim study by a vote of 5-0. Senator Innes for the committee.
Senator Innes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 335 be referred to interim study. This bill restricts the use of certain images and phrasing on alcohol packaging that may be attractive to minors. After hearing testimony and considering the potential impact of the bill, the Commerce Committee recommends that the bill be re-referred to interim study. So I ask the body to support the re-referral motion on Senate Bill 335. If I may speak to the motion briefly.
You are recognized.
All right, I'll keep this short, Mr. President. We talked a little bit about this last session, and I understand the intention of the bill. It's designed to theoretically protect children from being attracted to alcohol. At the same time, the labels that are on beer are currently regulated by the Liquor Commission. There's already a system in place to ensure that certain packaging doesn't make it to the shelf. Furthermore, this would disproportionately impact small brewers in our state, those who rely on creative labeling to attract attention to their product. That's an important part of the branding process, and packaging is a part of helping consumers to identify with the product and to understand what it is. So, passing this through would actually cause harm potentially to many of our small brewers who are really, we're really establishing ourselves as a state that has a lot of microbreweries and small brew pubs, and I wouldn't want to see this bill pass and damage their ability to market their product. There may be further discussion about some restrictions on retail. I think it's a slippery slope when we start moving into retail and prescribing how retailers should operate their businesses, where they display product, and so on. Beer and alcohol are presently displayed in many markets. So is candy. So are cold medicines with characters on them. And it's the role of the parent, it's the role of the retailer, and it's the role of society to protect children from those things. And we have plenty of controls in place to ensure that children will not buy alcohol or have access to alcohol, and it's working. So I would encourage, once again, that the body support the referral motion on Senate Bill 335.
Thank you, Senator Innes. The motion is referred to interim study. There is a lot of discussion on this. Senator Gendreau.
Mr.
Mr. President, I do rise in opposition to the interim study. The good colleague from District 4 and I were able to attend the Governor's Council on Drug and Alcohol, and we heard a pretty compelling argument from our young folks in high school, at the Dover High School, youth to youth. And they had already at that point had beer cans pulled from the shelf because they were concerned about the attraction that it would have to the youth. And we just, compelling story after story. Some of the examples that they gave us was the comparison of Eggos. They have, I mean, that's a favorite kid breakfast. And they had a beer label or an alcohol label with an Eggo on it. And they gave that example. But example after example. And let's face it, we do judge a beer by its cover. And the artwork can be very compelling. And I think we as adults have to send a message to our youth to say, we do care about what they're seeing. And I'm not going to get into all the psychology of it, but the eye gate is way more powerful than the ears. So what we visualize, and again, I don't understand it all, but there are visions that we see that will stay with us the rest of our lives. And if we're marketing to our youth, what message is that sending? Now, I'm not against microbreweries. We have some good ones in my district, and they come up with some pretty creative covers for their beer. So I'm not against that. I'm an entrepreneur myself, and I know how hard it can be when you're struggling and you want to be competitive in this market. But I guess I would like to see more, and we talk about guardrails a lot. I'd like to see more guardrails on the comparisons of kids' drinks. I mean, I could go on and on as far as the what they're saying products that have youthful flavors, so they're attracting that. Products that have youthful packaging, products branded as healthy, products that can't contain caffeine. There is one beer called Harpoon beer, and it looks like a Dunkin' Donuts drink, like a coffee drink. So that's my concern, and that's why I stand in opposition to the interim study. I would like to see a little bit more of the guardrails on that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gendro. Senator Perkins-Quokka.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to rise to thank my colleague from District 4. I know that he has a floor amendment that we are hoping to consider today, and so I wanted to thank him for addressing some of the concerns I had raised on behalf of small businesses in my district last time we were in session, and hope that you will join me in voting against the interim study so we can consider his floor amendment.
Thank you, Senator Perkins-Quokka. Senator Waters.
Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. I too rise against the pending motion. I hope we will vote it down so I can bring in a floor amendment. We did have considerable discussion last time on this, and you did hear about the concerns really from the Liquor Commission. They did not have clarity in statute as to what criteria they could use for labels, and we had worked on an approach that would create that clarity, and did have the support of the distributors, who have 98.5% of the labels, New Futures, and others. And so I thought that was a good compromise. But the last time we ran up against the issue of the craft brewers, and that's what stalled the bill at that point. There was some very helpful suggestion at that time that perhaps if I brought in a floor amendment which just did beverages that actually told the truth in their advertising about what the effects were on the brain and on health of youth or on adults. And it was really interesting to see, because there are, again, a lot of examples of things that clearly were packaged to appeal to youth, and their advertising lingo was one way, and the youth said, well, actually, this is what the product does. So truly beer became falsely beer, and it was fun. It was great to see. But just before that, I had gone to a convenience store in Dover, 7-Eleven, and there I had not realized those little balls that you look at them, you can't tell there's alcohol in them, unless you have a microscope and see somewhere. They now have a chocolate milkshake one. with a high alcohol content because it's the wine standard, so it's 15%. And where is the rack? Right next to the chocolate bars. Now, this, at least we should say that those ought to go over with the other alcoholic drinks. That's all. So I hope we'll vote this down. I've got the placement one, and I worked on this amendment, what I hope to be able to introduce with the Retailer Store Association. They asked me to take out some word I had in advertising. The retail store operators are okay with this amendment. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Waters. Senator Murphy has a question for
The Senator from District 1.
Senator Gendro.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, you referenced the Eggo drink. I just wanted to know, are you aware that that is a 40-proof alcoholic beverage, not beer, and that it's sold only in our state liquor stores?
Correct.
Thank you.
Senator Innes has a question for
Senator from District 1.
Senator Gendro.
Senator, would you believe that alcohol consumption among teenagers and young adults is actually going down?
I did not know that.
Yes, that is a fact. Thank you.
The motion is refer for interim study. Is there further discussion? If you're in favor of the motion for interim study, you would say yes. If you're opposed to that motion, you would say no. Is there a request for a roll call? There's a request for a roll call. Senator Avard, seconded by Senator Birdsall. Senator Soucy for a parliamentary.
Inquiry, Mr. President. If I know that at the very least this body should consider the work that Senator Waters has done in crafting an amendment to address concerns across the board, would I vote no on the interim study so that consideration may be given to that amendment?
If you're in favor of the motion for interim study, you would say yes. If you're opposed to that motion, you would say no. Okay, the roll call has been requested. The clerk will please call the roll.
Senator Gendro.
No.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentiss.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
No.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator Chanley.
No.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Soucy.
No.
Senator Birdsall.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
Senator Bradley.
Yes. By my count, it's 12-12. Is there a motion? Senator Waters? Senator Waters has moved ought to pass. There's been a request for a 2-minute recess. We'll be The motion of interim study failed on a 12-12 vote. I recognized Senator Waters, who has moved ought to pass. I now recognize Senator Waters to introduce floor amendment 1126.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, colleagues. I introduce floor amendment 1126. Would like to speak to it. What you'll see, this is replace all. It gets rid of all the language around labeling, and it only has the section on display. And what you'll see that it does two things. It won't place alcoholic beverages in an area immediately adjacent to, directly including border. One other that has the same or similar brand name logo packaging as an alcoholic beverage. And that gets at what our good senator from District 1 raised, and the kind of copycat labeling of the alcoholic drink with the non-alcoholic, and just keep them in a different place. And then I think the most important on lines 15 to 17, not place alcoholic beverages in an area immediately adjacent and directly touching or bordering one another from above, below, or side of any items that are marketed towards minors. And that's the example I gave of the little milkshake balls with a high alcohol content that are on low racks. And there's also one that's a kind of a juicy juice flavor. So that's what they're marketing right now. And they're low racks, and they're at cash registers where all the candy is, or actually just next to candy racks where the kids line up with their parents and so on. That's what it does. And this is a tool that the Liquor Commission needs, so when they periodically go in, they can say, you just ought to put the rack that's here, put it over there. And as I said, the Retail Association seemed okay with this version, and the other advocates as well. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Waters. Is there any further discussion on the floor amendment? Are you ready for the question? Senator Lang, sorry.
From the senator from District 4?
Yes.
So as I read this, my question is, we talked to a product like Sam Adams that has both an alcoholic and a non-alcoholic package that's generally put in the same area. Are we saying that's no longer allowed?
I don't think that I do not believe that is the intent of this, or how the Liquor Commission would practice it.
Okay, I'm just, I guess, follow up. Yeah, so I get this section A where it talks about, it can't be above, below, beside a non-alcoholic beverage containing same or similar brand name. So again, Sam Adams has a non-alcoholic beer and an alcoholic, right? And they generally are in the same display case. So we're saying now retailers will have to separate those in the different locations?
I do think that the principle here is that we ought to make it clear to consumers what's alcoholic and what's not.
Okay, thank you.
That's the intent. Thank you.
Senator Chandley to speak.
And I just want to mention briefly that while I serve on Commerce and voted with the committee on the initially, I really do support this amendment. And I think it does address a very serious problem, and the problem may not always be intentional. I recall several years ago going into a grocery store where a brand of alcoholic root beer was in fact in the soda aisle. I don't think there was the intent to deceive, but it was placed there, and someone could have purchased that alcoholic product believing it was not alcoholic. I also know of 2 occasions where folks drank seltzers that were alcoholic thinking they were non-alcoholic. I think this is just as the senator from District 1 said, it's a guardrail and it serves an important purpose. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Chandley. Senator Abbas for a question of.
Thank you, Mr. President. To my friend from District 4.
Senator Waters.
You described this product, these round balls. What are they? How big are they?
Pardon?
How large are these alcoholic containers you were referencing?
Thanks for the question. It looks like a kid's toy ball. It fits in the hand. It's about that big, 15% alcohol. juicy juice flavor and chocolate milkshake flavors. And finding where it is that is alcoholic on it as it would take basically a microscope. And let me just say that this language here was created by the Liquor Commission in terms of the placement, and you know, kind of as the senators in District 2 was asking, that they notice it doesn't say, it doesn't have to be a separate aisle, it's just a separate section if they have the same label like Sam Adams. But then these little balls, instead of being up with the candy, would just be over with the other alcoholic drinks.
May I ask a follow-up? Thank you. So that, my understanding, a lot of stores, when they have something that's like that size, and if it's subject to theft, they normally want to keep it near the counter or near the register to avoid theft. And perhaps do you think that's why maybe that item is that in the checkout aisle or near the register to maybe avoid theft? And by moving it somewhere else, it may result in perhaps people stealing it, kids particularly?
Well, thanks for your question. Again, I've seen these in several stores. I really don't think that's an issue because they're not a place where they'd be watched or necessarily under surveillance. It's just, I think they're placed there because they are next to the candy and because it's the last minute little thing that the customer who sees up there and at the cash register says, oh, I'm going to get a candy bar too. They might say, oh, I'll pick up another alcoholic drink to take with me. And adults can purchase whatever they want. But the problem is that these are, you know, it seems to me that we want to have this separation between what's marketed clearly for children and what is alcoholic. And it's, I think, as I said, the Retail Association, the Liquor Commission, the advocates think this is a very simple step, but will be useful.
One last follow-up, Mr. President. I understand every checkout aisle is different, but I see lottery tickets, tobacco, candy, rolling papers, lighters, sexual enhancements, all in the checkout line. So I guess why are we picking just this one product?
Thanks for the question. We have a long tradition in the state. It's why we have an alcohol fund and other things to try to protect children. We regulate alcohol. We are very, very concerned about child consumption. Our rates, they go up and down, but they are still among the highest in the country for youth consumption of alcohol. The kids see this as a problem, and the Liquor Commission sees it as a problem, New Future sees it as a problem, and I do believe that the Retail Association would like to have some clarity and guidance as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The question is on adoption of Floor Amendment 1126. Are you ready for the question? Senator Avard has asked for a roll call. Senator Lang has seconded it. If you're in favor of the floor amendment, you would say aye. If you're opposed to that, you would say no. The clerk will please call the roll.
Got people laughing back there.
You got the clerk laughing.
Senator Gendreau.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
No.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentiss.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
No.
Senator Innes.
No.
Senator Ward.
Nope.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
Yes.
Senator Chanley.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Nope.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
No.
Senator Whitley.
Yes.
Senator Murphy.
No.
Senator Pearl.
No.
Senator Susie.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
No.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
Yes.
Senator Abbas.
No.
Senator Gannon.
No.
Senator Altschiller.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
No.
Again.
By my count, we are again at 12-12. Senator Innes has moved to table, which thankfully is non-debatable. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the motion to table, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. The chair is not in doubt. The ayes have it, and the motion to table is adopted. And Senate Bill 335 is laid upon the table. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Commerce, to which was referred Senate Bill 366 FN, an act relative to restricting the purchase of real property on or around military installations. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 5-0. Senator Innes for the committee.
Senator Innes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 366 FN ought to pass. This bill would prohibit the purchase of real property by the People's Republic of China on or within 10 miles of any military installations, National Guard, or critical infrastructure facilities. Similar legislation has been introduced in Florida, Hawaii, Iowa, Minnesota, Mississippi, North Dakota, and Oklahoma. Recent incidents have demonstrated why it's crucial that similar legislation be passed here in New Hampshire. In 2017, for example, federal officials closed a regional consulate that was believed to have planted listening devices near government installations. In North Dakota, a Chinese company purchased agricultural land near Grand Forks Air Force Base, which houses some of the nation's most sensitive drone technology and military communications. For these reasons and others, the Commerce Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass on Senate Bill 366 FN. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Innes. The bill is now on second reading. Is there further discussion? Senator Birdsall.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is my piece of legislation, and I rise in support of Senate Bill 366. I first became interested in this issue after a Chinese company called Fufang purchased agricultural land in North Dakota near Grand Forks Air Force Base, as you just heard. Grand Forks Air Force Base houses the nation's most sensitive drone technology, and it's the backbone of our military communications globally. We need to make sure that this does not happen in New Hampshire. Land purchases by the Chinese Communist Party in our country, near our military bases, airports, and other critical infrastructure are a national security threat. It's a growing area of concern and getting worse each year. In 2010, according to the USDA, there were 13,720 acres of agricultural land held by China in the U.S. By 2020, China held at least 352,140 acres of U.S. agricultural land. This is absolutely unacceptable. Let's not forget last year the spy balloon from the People's Republic of China took an entire week flying from Alaska to South Carolina carrying what President Biden described as 2 railroad cars full of spy equipment before it was finally shot down. Shortly after that, the U.S. Senate voted 91-7 to prevent China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran from purchasing U.S. farmland, and 91-6 to monitor investments from those hostile countries in high-tech sectors. This is a broad bipartisan acknowledgement that foreign nations like China and other hostile nations should not be trusted with large chunks of our vital American infrastructure. This is already happening close to our state. Last August, the Maine federal delegation sent a letter to DOJ asking for help in stopping illegal marijuana growing operations run by the Chinese Communist Party on American soil in Maine. Media reports estimated almost 300 illegal Chinese marijuana growing operations with a net worth of $4 billion was happening over there. According to the DEA, China is also the primary source of fentanyl and fentanyl-related substances trafficked in the U.S. This bill would prohibit the Chinese Communist Party from purchasing any land in the state near a military base, National Guard facility, or any other major infrastructure in New Hampshire. Numerous other states, as you have heard, realize the threat of the CCP poses and have passed similar legislation, including Hawaii, Iowa, Minnesota, Mississippi, North Dakota, and Oklahoma. China is notorious for stealing American intellectual property and facing absolutely no repercussions for it.
The CCP is collecting data on our citizens through TikTok, and just last week, the U.S. House passed a bill that will ban TikTok if the CCP-controlled company maintains control over it. Just last month, numerous Chinese nationals were arrested trying to illegally cross into the northern border into our country. China is not a friendly ally. They are our adversary, and they wish harm to our country. I don't believe we can stand idly by as they buy land in our country near our critical infrastructure where they can work to steal our national security, intelligence, and secrets. I will also add that in just a few years ago, China passed a law in their country that any China company that is owned by a Chinese, are required to work and spy for the CCP. So any company, let's say a China company like Fufeng, I want to say Synergy, but it's not, but there's a seed company, if they are even a partial owner, if the CCP is a partial owner in that, they have control over that company, and they can request any information from that company. And while I know we have other bad actors, as I said, Iran, Russia, North Korea, I think this is a great step forward. And this is a serious threat and I believe that we must act. And I therefore respectfully ask that my colleagues vote ought to pass on Senate Bill 366. And Mr. President, I ask for a roll call.
Thank you, Senator Birdsall. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, there was a request for a roll call. Senator Avard has seconded it. I believe everybody's in the room. The clerk will please call the roll.
Senator Gendreau.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentiss.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
Yes.
Senator Chanley.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
Yes.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
Yes.
Senator Birdsall.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Coca.
Yes.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes. This time, the 12 plus 12 result is 24-0. And Senate Bill 366 is ordered to the Committee on Finance. Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Commerce, to which was referred Senate Bill 517, an act relative to the employment status of the university students working in the educational programs. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3-2. Senator Gannon for the committee.
Senator Gannon.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I move 517 ought to pass with amendment. This bill would clarify the employment status of university students who are working in educational programs by amending the definition of employee in the labor statutes. Resident assistants have played vital roles in residential life programs at higher educational institutions for well over 100 years in New Hampshire. They have never been viewed as traditional employees. If they were reclassified as employees, their hours would be tracked and their wages would be taxable. This would fundamentally change these programs, and universities could decide then to move away from offering free housing at the cost of many low-end earners. The committee amendment addressed concerns raised at the public hearing, specifically removing the phrases activities generally recognized as extracurricular. In addition, Section 6 related to unemployment compensation was removed at the request of the Department of Employment Security. The majority of the Commerce Committee asked for your support on the motion of ought to pass with amendment on 517. Thank you, Mr. President. If I could speak very briefly on this.
You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I look at this as earning and learning. I was an RA at Dominic Hall at St. Anselm College. God, I hate to admit it, it was probably in 80 to 84. I learned a lot. The senator from District 20 knows right where I lived for 4 years. And I probably couldn't have afforded to gone there. I would have went to a different school if I hadn't got my senior and junior year paid for, the room and board. It was a different role. It taught you were like a big brother to most of the young freshmen. It taught you leadership skills, organizational skills, people skills. You weren't on the clock all the time, but the kids would walk up to you around campus, and so you were learning, but not really working 24/7. My 3 children, it's allowed each of them to, I'm 3 out of 4 for RAs because they know they have to earn their way somehow. It's led one to a doctoral program he's going to start at Penn. It's saved all 3 of mine so far approximately $80,000 in student loans. This would be endangered, and these positions might go away. At the very least, that $80,000 per kid that my children no longer have to pay back would now be taxable. So I ask that you pass this ought-to-pass motion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gannon. Senator Susi.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too I rise in opposition to the pending motion, and I do so for a number of reasons. This bill is far more than what it purports to be. It's sort of like the wolf in sheep's clothing. It comes in and you think it's okay, but boy, it leaves a lot of concerns. As the bill was initially introduced, it included the term extracurricular activity with no definition. Now, the definition in federal law in Chapter 10 of the Fair Labor Standards Act, in their handbook, refers to extracurricular applying to students who are participating in educational activities such as publications, glee club, band, or interscholastic sports. Now, when this bill was introduced with the federal definition, no definition in the bill, so you probably have to refer to the federal definition, we know that one of our own colleges has a men's basketball team that was in the process of trying to form a union. And my understanding is they have, probably going to be appealed, but this bill came in trying to do a lot of things. Now, it has been narrowed with the amendment, which is before us, and I certainly agree it did address a couple of the concerns, but here's some of the concerns that it doesn't address. Here's some of the things that I think students unknowingly are going to potentially be subjected to because of all of the exemptions in the statute. Now, first of all, the bill said it dealt with the payment of housing and how that's treated as wages, that there would be this huge problem of tracking wages. Well, the thing that kind of introduced the problem was the fact that one of our own state universities did have a wage tracking system. They did it. They didn't have a problem, so we're then being told that it would be impossible for the University of New Hampshire to track the time people work, but Plymouth State was tracking the time people work. So lots of inconsistencies, ambiguities just within our university system. But remember, this doesn't just apply to the state system, this applies to all colleges and universities. Let's go beyond that. What are some of the things that the state, in payment of that housing stipend for students, would be exempt from? Well, the state, right now there are protections for employees from hiring based on discrimination, sexual discrimination. So they want to be exempt from that. I don't know why, but that's an exemption in this bill. The use of tobacco. Right now, your employers cannot discriminate against an employee because they use tobacco. Well, we took that out. No more reference to that. We want to be, I guess, able to mandate whether or not somebody gets their housing stipend based on whether or not they use tobacco. Non-retaliation. Why would you remove non-retaliation? Why would you want to be exempt from that? Do you want to retaliate against students who participate in an investigation of their perceived employer? Probably not. Hey, minimum wage. Well, we all know why we want to be exempt from that. Nobody pays it anyway, right? So colleges and universities probably aren't either. But here's the most serious thing that this amended version of the bill does that should give everyone pause. So resident assistants are required to be available at certain hours, times, and to perform certain duties that are delegated by the university system or by the college. In many cases, one of those duties is to be a safety officer, to ensure safety of students. What happens if in the process of trying to make sure students are safe, a fight breaks out and that resident assistant gets hurt? Guess what? We exempted them from the workers' compensation statute by passing this bill. So I hope they have insurance. I hope they have some way to deal with their injuries. But if you pass this, I think we better tell every kid that is going to school, that's getting their housing paid for, that's serving as a resident assistant, this is a whole new process. And yes, dollars are important, but people's safety and well-being, that's important too. People to feel safe from discrimination and harassment and not to be discriminated against based on their sex or their tobacco use, that's important too. This bill wipes all of those protections away. When I asked the university system if they were now going to inform resident assistants of the absence of all of these things, they weren't sure. Well, if this thing passes, I will tell you, there are going to be a lot of campuses where students are going to be like, whoa, I don't want to be mistreated. I don't want to be putting myself out there. The money's important. It might change the decision of where I go to school. This bill is not about wages. That's what they came in saying it was, that the issue was solely about a housing stipend and whether or not it was treated as wages for taxable purposes. This bill goes far, far, far beyond that to expose young people in this state to potential dangers. And for all of those reasons, Mr. President, there's no way I can support this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Soucy. The bill is on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none, are you ready for the question on adoption of the committee amendment? All in favor of the committee amendment, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? No.
Division.
A division has been called for. Is there a call for a roll call? Roll call. Senator Gannon has asked for a roll call. Seconded by Senator Avard. Parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. President, if I know that this amendment is the substance of the bill, and if I am opposed to it, would I vote no on the pending question?
If you are in favor of the committee amendment, you would vote aye. If you are opposed to the committee amendment, you would vote no. I hadn't expected a discussion like this on the roll call on the amendment, and Senator Innes was still on the list to speak. Okay. So the clerk will please call the roll on the amendment.
Senator Gendrew.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentiss.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator Chanley.
No.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Soucy.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Coca.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
And Senator Bradley.
Yes. The ayes have it on the committee amendment 14 to 10. Is there further discussion on the motion of ought to pass as amended? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor of the motion of ought to pass as amended, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. I believe the ayes have it 14 to 10. As no one has challenged that, the ayes have it 14 to 10. Senate Bill 517 is ordered to third reading. Senator Rosenwald, I believe you have some special guests.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am very excited to introduce the fabulous fourth graders of Ledge Street School in Nashua.
Welcome to the State House. I hope you can stay and watch what we do for a while. That's the spirit. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred Senate Bill 522 FNA, an act relative to establishing an early childhood education scholarship account and making an appropriation therefore. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3 to 2. Senator Lang for the committee.
Senator Lang.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 522 FNA ought to pass with amendment. This bill, which shall be known as the Early Childhood Education Act, seeks to enhance the statewide early childhood education system by establishing an early childhood education account. Upon the effective date, children between the ages 4 and 5 years of age whose families earn less than or equal to 500% of the poverty line may be considered eligible for early child education account. The program will subsequently be expanded to include those 3 to 5 beginning July of 28. Early childhood education programs shall be a non-lapsing fund with continual appropriations to provide grants for eligible children. Grants must be utilized for qualifying educational expenses for quality pre-K educational programs or services, whether full-time or part-time. It is the shared collaborative responsibility of the Commissioners of Education and the Commissioners of Health and Human Service to determine and approve quality pre-K programs that are eligible, to develop a monitoring system, and to identify various funding sources to support early child education programs. This bill includes a biennial reporting requirement for the Department of Education about the efficacy of the program. For the purposes of expanding early child education opportunities for our Granite Staters, I ask you to join members of the Senate Education Committee in considering ought to pass for Senate Bill 522. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Lang. The bill is on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none, all in favor of the committee amendment say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. I believe the ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The question is on the motion of ought to pass as amended. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, Senator Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the pending motion. As you all know, I have spent my entire career from start to finish working to improve the lives of children and families, and of course, to expand opportunities for all Granite Staters. Which is why I'm saddened that we could not be in a place today where expanding access to early childhood education was done in a way where all the many stakeholders who have worked on this issue for years, in fact, decades, are in agreement. I think it is worth noting that not one single organization that has worked on improving access to early childhood education supports this bill before us. Neither have one organization asked members of this body to support the pending bill. Not New Futures, not Moms Rising, not Save the Children Action Network, not the Council for Thriving Children, and not Early Learning New Hampshire. Not one. And that is because the model before you in this bill is inconsistent with the decades of work to expand access to early childhood education in New Hampshire. Decades of bipartisan work ignored. First and foremost, the reason why they do not support it is because this legislation fails to center a basic principle about the importance of ensuring New Hampshire children receive high-quality early childhood education. Colleagues, Mr. President, without ensuring high quality, New Hampshire will never see the intended benefits and the positive outcomes associated with decades of research into early childhood education. The research is clear. From the ages of birth to 5, children's brains are rapidly developing, and their capacity for learning is truly unparalleled. In these very important formative years, children are laying the cognitive and behavioral foundation for the rest of their development and learning. During this critical period, they are highly susceptible to the influence of their environment. Safe, nurturing, enriching environments strengthen early brain development, while stressful or unstable environments can harm it, actually. But we know when children attend high-quality early childhood education during these important years, they truly can benefit from enhanced cognitive and social-emotional development. Society not only benefits when children have access to high-quality early childhood education, because more parents can participate in the workforce, which of course presents immediate economic and social benefits for families, but also because children may do better in the future in terms of education success, earning potential, and adult health. The research is clear. We will not get those benefits unless early childhood education centers around high-quality programs. I would ask this body to consider why we would spend millions of dollars yet again on programs that are not evidence-based or high quality and won't ensure the intended outcomes of early childhood education. For that reason, this bill is fiscally irresponsible. I would invite you to look at the fiscal note. I don't believe there's a fiscal note on the amendment, but we're going to be spending millions of dollars on these programs. Don't we want to make sure they actually work? If you look at the amendment that just passed, there is mention of high quality. And then several paragraphs later, it lists all of the things that this money may be spent on, including many things that are not high-quality early childhood education. So the bill before you allows a whole lot of state dollars to be spent on services, on interventions, on whatever, without any evidence behind it. How is that fiscally responsible? So the Senate President knows, Mr. President, you know, right, that I come before this body many times asking for general fund dollars, federal dollars to support children. But you know why I can't support this? Because it's not going to work. There are so many things we need to spend money on for our children and families. This isn't the right model. I think it's highly relevant to mention that earlier this week, the Department of Education blocked key data in the audit of New Hampshire's Education Freedom Account program. Deeply respected employees of the nonpartisan Office of the Legislative Budget Assistant told the Legislative Audit Committee, of which I'm a member, that they are unable to obtain the information they need to complete the audit, citing a disagreement with the Department of Education over access to basic data. That means that even though New Hampshire taxpayers have spent nearly $24 million on New Hampshire's voucher scheme, we were told that there is a veil of secrecy over how these funds are used. And with this bill, we now want to expand that veil of secrecy, expand the black box of a third-party organization running a program in which this legislature and our constituents have absolutely no ability to ensure that these dollars are spent appropriately. Do we really want to legislate this way, Mr. President? Is this how we want to use state dollars, with little to no accountability, with little to no effectiveness? Colleagues, this is not how we legislate. As elected officials, it is an integral part of our job to listen to the experts, those in the field that have specific expertise, that have been working collaboratively for decades. Unfortunately, this legislation is not reflective of the work of the experts in this state. It is a piecemeal model that could actually do harm to our children and certainly to our state coffers. I would ask my colleagues to vote down the pending motion so that we can go back to the drawing board with the stakeholders who know what they're doing and come up with a model to expand early childhood education in a way that all stakeholders can support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Whitley. Senator Lang to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. So if you look at your guide on page 32, about 3/4 of the way down, there's a specific language in the bill, in the amendment we just passed, that says the Commissioner of the Department of Education, in collaboration with the Commissioner of the Department of Health and Human Services, shall, and the first letter A is develop a detailed, publicly available rubric for approving quality pre-child programs eligible for funding under this subdivision. So the idea that this is not going to be a quality program is literally flies in the face of what the amendment actually says. Additionally, understand that this bill, that amendment that we finally got to the floor, there had to have been at least 10 different iterations of this amendment because I worked extremely collaboratively with the Department of Health and Human Services, the Child Services Division, and the Department of Education to craft a quality program and a quality solution that solves problems for all New Hampshire residents. The idea that the only good answer is for a child to go to a full-time pre-K program or for a parent to have to send the child out of the house to go to a part-time pre-K program is the only high-quality solution available. I find that to be reprehensible. I think a parent can't provide services, right? So this bill allows for the early child education scholarship. If a mom wants to sit at the kitchen table and qualifies to teach, financially to teach their young child a reading program or a simple math program going into education, this would allow the state to be able to provide that approved quality program to that mom and let them sit at their kitchen table and do it and not have to require that the mom go to some pre-K services program and take their child out of the house. This is a well-crafted program that, again, worked collaboratively. DHHS supports this program, Department of Education supports this program, and I ask my colleagues to support this program.
Thank you, Senator Lang. Senator Whitley to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have to respond to this. I think it's a stretch. I think it's a stretch, frankly, to say that the Department of Ed and DHHS approve this. They certainly, I commend their work to improve upon a model that my friend from District 2 has decided. But in the end, he said it was his bill. He got to decide. But so I want to be very clear that this is not a consensus amendment. And it's unfortunate because there was a lot of people at the table, so I just want to make that very clear. I also want to make clear that not one single person, not one single stakeholder has said that every child should go to a full-time pre-K program. Not true. My son, he was very young when he started pre-K. He was just about to turn 3. I was home with him. He didn't need to go to a full-time program. He went for 2 days a week, barely went for a half day. He was little. He wasn't ready. We phased him in. No one is saying that. That's what I want to be clear about. What I think is incredibly important is that there is mention, as I said, of quality. But then if you go to page 2, lines 20 through 37, it says everything else it can be used for. Those are not measures of quality. What we need to do is look to our experts who are telling us what is appropriate. In no way is everyone forcing a child into a pre-K program. If a mother decides to do a reading program at home, they can do that. But when we're using state dollars, we have to use them responsibly. And I believe that if we're going to use state-funded dollars, they should be on programs that actually work. Parents retain and should retain the choice to do whatever is appropriate for their child. I did that, and I think every parent should do that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Whitley. Senator Ward to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. The previous speaker talks about the brain development is very crucial from birth to 5 to 5th year. I totally agree with that. And I think because of that rapid development, I think it is terribly important that we have quality programs and then also that we have some idea about what this child is being taught. The program that we had talked about in the bill, what is it, the 522, provides flexibility. We are not putting this child in one particular situation. We have control. We can have tutoring as appropriate. The parents have a choice on what they want to teach. And I think that is one of the good things about it, and also the fact that it's going to be under the Department of Education. We have some control over what is being taught, how that child is being developed, how the brain is being developed with things that are important to our values. And that's why I'm totally in support of this bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Ward. Senator Pearl for a question of
2.
Senator Lang.
Thank you for taking my question. We heard testimony a few minutes ago about the Performance Audit and Oversight Committee and the Department of Education and their unwillingness to provide information. You and I both sit on that committee as well, and did you come away from that feeling that the department was very open and willing to have an audit on the dollars that are used in these EFAs, and they were complying the best they could with the way that the audit bill was written?
Thank you for your question. So again, that performance audit came about in an odd way in that we have a bill that outlined the scope of work. I think Commissioner Edelblut was extremely clear between the bill and our contractual obligations under the state standard contract about data, that he is willing to provide all data within his control to the performance audit, LBA performance audit team. However, the data that's not under his control, because of the way the bill is written, it didn't audit the Child Scholarship Fund, it audited the Department of Education, and therefore he will give all the data that the Department of Education provides for the education freedom accounts to the LBA. So again, I didn't see it as he was trying to block anything. He said based on the way the bill was written and the way the state contract is written, that he's almost restricted from getting that information, but everything in his control he is giving to the performance audit team. Thank you.
Senator Rosenwald to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was there too, because I'm chair of that committee. And what we were told is that the Commissioner of Education told us he'd be happy for us to do a financial audit of the education freedom accounts, but not a performance audit. And I think we need to realize that the contract with the vending organization clearly states that all data and information about the program belongs to the state. So the department could get this information that would allow a performance audit of what are the policies and procedures for overseeing something we've spent $24 million on. They have not asked for that information. And the last thing I'll say is that we get performance audits all the time that deal with programs that have private, sensitive financial and health information out of the Department of Health and Human Services. And nobody is making that information public. So it is perfectly possible to do a performance audit while maintaining the privacy of the families that are involved in that program. And I'm sorry this came up here today, but there are 4 of us in this room who were at that meeting on Monday. Thank you.
Senator Whitley for a question.
A question of my colleague from District 13. Thank you for taking my question. Senator, you're on finance, and I value your opinion about the impact on the state budget. The bill that is before us will have a significant impact, both on our Education Trust Fund and on our Child Care Scholarship Program. This body gratefully expanded access to the Child Care Scholarship Program. Are you aware that folks in the sector who receive Child Care Scholarship dollars are very afraid? These are the people that are going to be providing this pre-K, this early childhood education, are you aware that they are extremely concerned that we're going to drain the coffers of that program, so we're not going to be able to benefit from that expansion that we did last year in the budget cycle?
I'm not surprised to hear that. We were able to use a lot of TANF surplus funds last year in the budget to cover this needed expansion of childcare. But we are kind of at the max limit. And to the extent that we take money away from families of lower income who are getting the scholarship, we're going to have to replace that with general funds, because we're not going to be able to necessarily continue to use extra TANF funds. So I am not surprised to hear that they are worried.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. The question is on adoption of the motion of ought to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? Second. A roll call has been requested by Senator Lang, seconded by Senator Avard. The clerk will please call the roll. I think we're missing
Waters.
And now, the clerk will please call the roll.
Senator Gendrew.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
Nope.
Senator Prentiss.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator Chanley.
No.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altshuler.
No.
And Senator Bradley.
Yes. The ayes have it 14 to 10. Senate Bill 522 is ordered to the Committee on Finance. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which was referred Senate Bill 383 FN, an act relative to the local tax caps. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3 to 2. Senator Murphy for the committee.
Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move Senate Bill 383 ought to pass with amendment. This bill, as amended, is enabling legislation that creates an additional method of adjustment to local tax caps based on inflation and population changes. Additionally, it establishes procedures for adoption of a budget cap by school districts. The committee amendment makes some technical changes recommended by the New Hampshire Municipal Association. In recent years, we have seen severe increases in inflation. These increases do not just affect our household budgets, they negatively impact the local economy. This bill provides taxpayers with a new calculation based on the rate of inflation and population to address increased spending due to rising costs. Whether that spending is within the local government or the school district, the fiscal tools in this legislation will assist in easing the burden facing all residents. For those reasons, the Election Law and Municipal Affairs Committee asks for your support on the motion of all to pass with amendment on Senate Bill 383. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Murphy. The bill is on second reading. First order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor of the committee amendment, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Senator Susie.
Mr. President, I rise in opposition to the motion of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 383. As all of us know, the budgeting process of our towns and cities can be very complicated, and local governments and our constituents work together carefully every year to navigate it. Currently, today, voters can put into place a budget cap that's either a fixed percentage or a dollar amount that the proposed budget can be raised by. And voters have the ability to override that cap with a simple majority. This provides voters with very clear options that they can take advantage of if they so choose. And we know many communities do. Manchester is a community where we have instituted tax caps. The problem with Senate Bill 383, though, is it complicates this process by limiting voter choices and potentially undoing the will of previous voters. The language of the bill would tie the tax cap to one single formula, no longer allowing for an option of a dollar amount or fixed percentage, but a single formula based on the Consumer Price Index, student enrollment, attendance, the ADMR that we refer to on one specific day, October 1st, and there are other factors. So this means the voters of a town or school district that had previously implemented a tax cap based on a fixed percentage or fixed dollar amount, in light of this formula, would see that overridden because those will no longer be options for them to implement their cap. There are also some technical issues with the bill. The section on bonding states that only the first year estimated costs of the bonds or notes shall be used in counting appropriations for the budget cap. However, often the first year of the bond does not pay for the actual construction costs, but instead for things like the architectural fees, blueprints, engineering studies, and so on, which is a dramatically lower cost than what the bonding will actually be every given year. Once again, not really providing voters with a really clear picture of what the potential is. This could create some serious practical issues with budgeting for the bonding process, making it more cumbersome, once again, than it needs to be. During the hearing on this bill, I think it's really important to note no municipalities came forward asking for this change. There already was a tool in state law to do it. I understand that communities are working through challenging budgets, but I don't believe that this bill, with this one-size-fits-all, eliminating choices for voters, is going to be the panacea that some might think it is. I think, in fact, it's only going to further complicate the process. So due to all of these concerns, Mr. President, I ask you join me in voting down the ought to pass as amended motion. Thank you.
Senator Soucy. Is there further discussion? All right, the question is on adoption of ought to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 383 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which was referred Senate Bill 384 FNA, an act relative to municipal loan and grant program for rental housing and making an appropriation therefore. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be referred to interim study by a vote of 3-2. Senator Abbas for the committee.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move SB 384 FN be referred to interim study. The bill would establish a medium-income rental housing program and make an appropriation to Invest New Hampshire Fund for this purpose. Specifically, it allows municipalities to use taxpayer funds to purchase and clean up developments that have fallen into disrepair. Once cleaned up, private developers would acquire the property at a discount in order to build affordable rental housing. While the committee appreciates the need to expand on affordable housing, a majority of the members had some concern over the partnership this would establish between a municipality and a private developer with the use of taxpayer funds. This partnership could be viewed as the municipality basically becoming a private business, which is prohibited by the state constitution. The committee believes that this legislation, as written, could have unintended consequences and needs further research before it is ready for prime time. For this reason, the Election Law and Municipal Affairs Committee asks you to support the motion to refer to interim study on S. Bill 384-FN. Thank you, Mr. President. If I just may speak briefly on the motion as well. We all know there's a housing crisis. No one's debating that. The concern, and this was a big concern, is that by appropriating $10 million in a non-lapsing fund for the municipality, which is the government, to acquire land, I thought was potentially an overreach to change to expand the Invest New Hampshire program to allow that. Could create some issues because sometimes land is not always acquired by the government by agreement. It can be done involuntary through eminent domain. And to expand it to that, there's some concerns that we have, and I think we got to be cautious how we deal with the housing crisis. But respectfully, I didn't think this was the answer. So please join me in support the motion for interim study. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. Senator Fenton is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do rise in opposition to the committee recommendation of interim study on 384. I appreciate the chairman who was willing to work with me on this. I bugged him a lot, so I apologize. I do believe this bill has potential to help our housing situation here in New Hampshire. This bill creates a fund for municipalities to buy and develop rental housing. The goal is to develop properties that have not been suitable for development. Cities can make a difference by making properties construction ready. We have a lot of distressed properties all over the state that could really use this program, and our municipalities could benefit from this as well. This would be a tool to increase our housing in New Hampshire while tackling these properties that we haven't been able to develop in the past. Municipalities have many affordable locations that they could develop, but they all have costly cleanup and need the funds up front. Any addition of affordable housing benefits the whole state. There were some concerns that my colleague mentioned about businesses that they want to move into the state. I do have an amendment if we feel so inclined to overturn the interim study. I'd be happy to talk about that. So I'll ask you all to overturn the interim study, and so we can talk about it a little more. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Fenton. The motion is interim study. Question, Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Of the senator from District 22.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. So if a municipality is able to acquire these pieces of property, and I think we see them all over the state, some are even in our bigger cities, they are considered to be now the owners of that property. What I'm concerned about is many of these properties have a lot of issues concerning damages, whether it's chemical damages, things that have happened that really need cleanup. So is now the municipality responsible for the cleanup of that property?
Thank you for the question. If the municipality were to buy the property, they're not responsible for it and maintaining it and all the potential liabilities that come with it. But then this is going to then allow them to sell that property to someone else after the cleanup. So if I own the land and the government buys my land from me, I don't want to sell it, I don't understand why I can't just sell it to the developer in the future and let them do that. But that's what can happen.
Mr. President, may I follow up? Thank you. Senator, would you agree with me that oftentimes that the hazardous waste cleanup is often more expensive than the cost of the actual property? And that could be one reason why many of these places are just sitting there?
Yes, that happens quite frequently.
Thank you.
The question is on the motion of interim study. Seeing no further discussion, are you ready for the question? All in favor of the motion of interim study, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. Once again, I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 384 is ordered to interim study. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which was referred Senate Bill 532FN, an act relative to requiring all municipalities and school governing bodies to post on their official town or school website within 30 days the amount of funds received by the state, either by allocation or grant. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 4-0. Senator Gray for the committee.
Senator Gray.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 532 FN ought to pass with amendment. This bill, as amended, requires municipal and school governing bodies to publicly post within 30 days the amount of allocations or grants funds received by the state. These amounts include room and meals, tax revenues, quarterly adequacy, education grants, and allocations for roads and bridges. Posting this information on the town or school website will give the taxpayers a better understanding of how their local government is funded. Additionally, it improves accountability and transparency for local officials. The committee amendment provides that in the absence of a website, a political subdivision shall post the information to appropriate locations. For these reasons, the Election Law and Municipal Affairs Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 532 FN. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gray. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee amendment. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. I thought there was not going to be any debate. The ayes have it on the committee amendment. Now the question is on adoption of ought to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Senate Bill 532 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which was referred Senate Bill 536 FN, an act enabling no excuse absentee registration and voting. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 3-2. Senator Abbas for the committee.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move SB 536-FN inexpedient to legislate. This bill would allow for no excuse absentee registration and voting in New Hampshire elections. Our state has a long history of conducting safe, secure, and transparent elections. The Secretary of State's office has developed procedures, guidelines, and training sessions to ensure that, if they choose to do so, every eligible voter can have a voice in New Hampshire elections. The committee heard testimony from the Secretary of State that making this change would require an amendment to the state constitution, which specifies that voting by absentee ballot requires an absence or a physical disability. The legislator has already done an extensive job outlining for residents what constitutes an excuse to request an absentee ballot. Simply not wanting to go to the polls on Election Day does not qualify, nor does it honor the language of our Constitution. For those reasons, the majority of the Election Law and Municipal Affairs Committees ask for your support on the motion of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 536. Thank you, Mr. President. If I may speak on the motion as well.
Senator Abbas, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. So absentee voting, or no excuse absentee ballots, I hear that term a lot. First of all, I think the term, it's almost like a legal impossibility. If you're absent, that is your excuse. So saying no excuse absentee ballot, I think we're sending a mixed signal there. But Part 1, Article 11 of the New Hampshire Constitution, it requires a person, when they're getting an absentee ballot, you have to be absent, meaning outside of your district, or physically disabled. That's what it says. So allowing no excuse absentee ballot or expanding it beyond the physical disability is problematic. The definition of physical disability, it hasn't really, when I said it hasn't been decided by the New Hampshire Supreme Court, when other states expanded their absentee ballots to allow for, during the COVID-19 pandemic, two Supreme Courts in other states, I believe Tennessee and Texas, both determined that the fear of getting sick does not amount to a physical disability. We have an incredibly high turnout for voters in New Hampshire. That's one of the reasons why we maintain our strong position as the first in the nation primary. To expand this, in addition to the constitutional issues, but really not requiring any explanation for your absentee ballot request. If someone were to challenge your eligibility for the absentee ballot, if it's just someone's disabled, it's actually very difficult. How can someone just simply say, oh, I don't believe that you were sick? How do you challenge that? I mean, you can say it, but really there's no, in reality, when the practical circumstances come to light, how that would play out, there really is none. People are just going to be pointing their fingers left and right, and that's what's going to happen. And when we did expand absentee ballots during the pandemic, and this is something I witnessed with my own eyes in my town where I vote in Salem. You had people who they were calling it early voting, but because that's what they thought it was, but it was really the expansion of absentee ballots, which I think, by the way, expanding absentee ballots and no excuse absentee it's not quite the same as early voting, but it essentially amounts to the same result. But what happened was you had a lot of people bragging about this, that they already voted, they were basically saying that they were afraid to vote in person because of the pandemic, only for them to spend the entire day to the very place they signed an affidavit saying they were afraid to go. That's what happened. Now, I seen this policy abused the one time we had it. For that reason, I would not support it in the future. Again, voting in this state is made easy, and that's why that's evident by our incredibly high turnouts. And for that reason, please join me in support the motion of inexpedient to legislate. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. Senator Susi to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise in opposition to the inexpedient to legislate motion. Let me first deal with the issue of the characterization of no excuse absentee. I would suggest that my colleague take that up with the Office of Legislative Services, because that is the title and the analysis statement that's often used. But let me talk about what this really is, because I agree wholeheartedly with my colleague that New Hampshire is a place where we always rank, if not first in the country, within the top 3 of the most robust voter turnout. People want to participate. People actively participate in our elections, whether it be voting for president or voting for their library trustee at a town meeting. People actively in New Hampshire want to engage. Now, the Constitution says, as my colleague quoted, it's Part 1st, Article 11, the general court shall provide by law for voting by qualified voters who at the time of the biennial or state elections or of the primary elections thereof or of city elections or town elections are absent from the city or town of which they are inhabitants or who by reason of physical disability are unable to vote in person. Now, when did that language come about? Well, that came about in 1941, became effective in 1942, according to the notation here in the Constitution. I'm not a medical doctor, but in 1941, the term physical disability, I think, probably covered most of what people viewed as disabilities. The problem we have today, and I want to be clear, this isn't about a matter of convenience, and it's certainly not about setting up an early vote system, because I think that would be an unfunded mandate, frankly. This is about ensuring that all of our citizens of this state have the opportunity to participate in our elections. And the language of the Constitution, I think, has to be interpreted as this legislature having the ability to enact what the reasons are for voting by absentee. So, for example, if someone has a mental health issue, agoraphobia, they're afraid of crowds, so if we are to read this and say it's a physical disability, it's not a physical disability. I think they probably have the right to vote. There are people with mental health issues. If you read this very strictly, and say physical disability, do we want to tell them they don't have the right to vote? I don't think that's what those words meant, even in 1941. I don't think those two words meant that we're trying to disenfranchise someone because of a mental health issue. That's one thing. Now, if we are to read it that strictly, and it's absent from their location, well, in our statute, we, the general court, accommodated for people that are participating in religious observances. Many of our Jewish friends and neighbors celebrate religious holidays or observe, maybe celebrate isn't the correct term, observe certain religious holidays that at times were falling and coinciding with our Tuesday primary elections. We allow them to get absentee ballots because we recognize that that is a legitimate reason by which they will not be available. Now, they might still be in town, but they're not available to go to the polls because they are engaged in their religious observance. So why then do we want to so significantly restrict the ability of, some cases, lifelong residents, people that have been registered to vote for decades? What if they care for an elderly parent? Can't leave the house, can't get a nurse on that Tuesday. Shouldn't they have the right to vote by absentee? Now, they're not going to be absent, but they're not going to be able to get to the polls because they have this commitment to the care and safety and well-being of their loved one. So once again, why don't we think they should apply for an absentee ballot? Well, let me tell you why some of these people don't. Because they're thoughtful people who can read. And the affidavit says that they have to swear that they have either a physical disability or are not going to be in town for that day. A lot of these folks, they do a very strict reading of what's before themselves as disabled. Lots of people have mental health challenges or other illnesses. They don't call themselves disabled. They manage through life with them. Why are we creating a system that is so limiting that long-time registered law-abiding voters find challenging to use? Now, we did, during the pandemic, open the process. More people than ever voted by absentee ballot. Well, you know what? A lot of those folks now, they might have been concerned that year, but they really want to go to the polls. That's why we're seeing fewer absentee ballots applied for and people actually showing up. But for that small segment of our population that can't be there, they are as much citizens as everyone in this room. They are as entitled to the opportunity to cast a ballot for whomever they choose. That's why I believe we should move to the system. That's why I oppose the motion of inexpedient to legislate. And I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Soucy. Senator Carson for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. A question of the senator from District 22.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. So if I decide I'm going on a trip and it's during the election and I request and receive an absentee ballot, but I end up not going, am I breaking the law?
Thank you for the question. You're not breaking the law, and the reason is that it's intent-based. If you thought you were going away, I assume you had travel plans or some. Nowadays, there's really a lot of documentation floating around. You have belief that you're not going to be present. Your plans change. There's no violation of the law.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Soucy for a question.
Question, my colleague from District 22. Senator, isn't it possible that some of the same folks you saw in Salem that said they voted absentee fell into the same circumstances that the good senator from District 14 just described, where they may have planned to be absent or they may have been engaged in a campaign in an adjoining city or town, wouldn't they fall into that same circumstance?
Thank you for the question. Although if throughout the state, if other people did that, it could have been possible. However, these individuals I was standing with at the polls for virtually the entire day, and the good lawyer in me was said, so you filled out an affidavit, and what you checked the box. I mean, you did the one that we allowed recently just for this election, the one about afraid of getting sick. I understand. So when you're afraid of getting sick, where would you go? Where were you afraid to go? Oh, the polling. Oh, where are you right now? The polling station? Oh, way to face your fear. I mean, keep in mind, this is said in part in joke, but because I know them, they're residents in the town, and they are very avid voters, and they were there in person, so I think no harm, no foul in the sense they would have just walked in and voted anyway. Probably didn't vote for me, but I would point out that they abused the program, but they were not having travel plans that were canceled. I assure you of that. But is it possible that people are doing that? But most people don't brag about this, and they were also calling it early voting, and I tried to tell them it's not quite early voting, that they didn't want to hear that.
Follow up, if I may. But Senator, given the situation you just described for these individuals, doesn't the law already allow you to challenge that voter?
I most certainly could have challenged it. I chose not to because, again, they're at the voting station, so I didn't see the harm in it. However, the legality and constitutionality of that I did question. Even at the time, as a member of the House, I did raise that concern, speaking on the floor, saying, just mentioning Part 1, Article 11. But again, I could have challenged it, but I chose not to.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Perkins Quokka to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think that there have been very many good points made, mostly by my colleague from District 18, which I happen to agree with. But I think that this issue really kind of highlights, I think, a difference in style. And to me, I've heard this story from my colleague from District 22 in committee, and I just see it differently. I mean, this person participated in our system. They're out holding signs at the polls. I think a lot of us want to retain that feeling of going to the polling station on Election Day, that being a community event. I know it's a big thing in Portsmouth. We hold signs, we're all there. And we all want to retain that. But and I also have to commend my colleague from District 6, who I know has gone to great effort to kind of draft in reasonable ways that we can all participate in the system, which are there. But at the end of the day, I don't know what's happening with this. What Senator Susi, my colleague from District 18, is asking for is that you fill out an affidavit that says I will be absent or unable to vote in person. And, people are good. I believe they're going to fill out an affidavit that they have to sign their name to with a genuine reason why they cannot be there, and otherwise they will be there. And that reason could be a variety of reasons. It could be private. It could be something that, like my colleague from District 18 said, they don't classify for themselves as a disability, but is still a hindrance. And so we want a system that's sustainable. We want a system that's protected. There's plenty of people who are registered to vote and should be allowed to vote that we want to enable that pathway for. And so I just think inherently there's no danger in this. We can't continue to be afraid of people trying to legally participate in our system. All right. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Perkins Quokka. Senator Gray to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too had my Constitution out and was going to refer to it. We have to look at the history of the state, okay? When the state, we did everything by town meetings. If you were there, you voted. If you weren't there, you weren't. As we evolved into cities, as we evolved into other ways of taking care of it, the general elections, the primaries, etc., there were people who were complaining. I couldn't vote because I couldn't be there. I couldn't vote because. I couldn't vote because. And although the senator takes exception to some of the words that are in there and some of the things that we've done for religious exemptions and things, you would have to go back, and I did not prepare the speech for that. You'd have to go back to the actual words that were said during the discussion of that bill when they changed the Constitution and what it meant at that time. Okay? And I would not doubt that it is consistent with the things that we have done. When somebody is away from the city or cannot go to the polls, they should not lose their franchise. They should not. Given that I do agree with that the Constitution has limits on what you can do for absentee voting, even if I go back to this bill, okay, this bill isn't ready for prime time, okay? That, if you look at the bill, and I've got to get my Senate-approved iPad going here, that the first section of the bill talks about the absentee votes and crosses out the words about disability and being away from the section of the bill. And there was a section for voting absence of town, and then there was a second section for physical disabilities. And this physical disability in the bill, you can see that it's all crossed out. But you go back up to the top part, and the only affidavit that's left in there is absence from the town. That's line 12 on that page. Line 19 talks about, I do not intend to be present within the town at that time. Line 22 talks about listing your temporary residence. Okay, so that portion of the bill isn't consistent with what the intent is of that. Or we're doing away with affidavits. So I don't have to, if I'm saying, well, gee, I just don't think that I want to go to the polls that day. Some of the other questions that you brought up are kind of interesting, okay? Well, you know, somebody says, well, gee, I don't think I'll be able to do it. Well, New Hampshire law used to have absentee ballots processed at the end of the day. You couldn't do it before then. And why? Because if you were there, then you had an obligation to show up at the polls, vote, and your absentee ballot would not be counted. We moved that back to 1 o'clock. That wasn't good enough for some people. Well, now we got to move it back to 2 hours after the polls open if the moderator posts, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We're making it harder and harder for these people to follow the law. We're making it harder for them to do it. Is that right? Is that wrong? Voting on election day is New Hampshire tradition. It is the way that we have done it for years and years and years. It is our way. To open it up to, well, gee, I don't think I want to get up that day. I think I want to do this or that or the other thing. That's not how we do it, okay? We need to take this bill and vote on it as per the committee recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gray. Is there any further discussion? Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to clarify some points that were raised, there's a lot of talk of religious observation as a reason for an absentee ballot. That's permitted because other parts of the Constitution actually protect your right to practice your religion. So when you apply laws and you apply these, if you, as applied, it would be in conflict with other provisions if you did not allow someone to vote absentee ballot due to their religious observation. So I just wanted to clarify that for the body. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. The question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. Senator Susi has requested a roll call. Senator Avard has seconded that. And everybody's in their seat, almost. The clerk will please call the roll.
Senator Gendrew?
Yes.
Senator Lang?
Yes.
Senator Waters?
No.
Senator Prentiss?
No.
Senator Gray?
Yes.
Senator Innes?
Yes.
Senator Ward?
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi? Yes. Senator Fenton?
No.
Senator Chanley?
No.
Senator Avard?
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald?
No.
Senator Carson?
Yes.
Senator Whitley?
No.
Senator Murphy?
Yes.
Senator Pearl?
Yes.
Senator Susi?
No.
Senator Birdsell?
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro?
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka?
No.
Senator Abbas?
Yes.
Senator Gannon?
Yes.
Senator Altschiller?
No.
And Senator Bradley.
Yes. The ayes have it, 14 to 10. The motion of inexpedient to legislate is adopted. The time being 12:30, let's break for 45 minutes for lunch. Republicans, if you could get your lunch and come upstairs. For everybody else, I'm banging the gavel at 1:15. Don't be late. Without objection, Senate Bill 219 is special ordered to the present time. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
I have to. There you go. No. Yeah, you got Murphy. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Attentive to the clerk.
So we did that without objection. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 219 FNL, an act requiring mandatory reporting by school districts of school expenses. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 4 to 2. Senator Innes for the committee.
Senator Innes.
Thank you, Mr. President. The original intention was to move Senate Bill 219 FNL ought to pass with amendment. However, the committee amendment is flawed, so I'm going to ask the committee or the body to vote down the current committee amendment so a floor amendment may be offered. As a reminder, a refresher, or just an announcement, this bill requires school districts to post mandatory reports of school expenses, including average cost per pupil, average teacher salaries, and top administrator salaries. The Senate Finance Committee, as noted, did amend the bill by deleting the civil remedies provision. But once again, there is a flaw in the committee amendment, so I would ask the body to please vote to overturn the committee amendment so an alternative amendment may be offered. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Innes. The bill is on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. You ready for the question? All in favor of the committee amendment say aye. All opposed say no. No. The noes have it. The committee amendment dies. Senator Innes is recognized for, Senator Gray, I'm sorry, is recognized for a floor amendment.
Mr. President, if you tell me if you've got 1261 or 1262, I can tell you. You have 1262.
1262. You are recognized on 1262.
I move Amendment 2024-1262S.
You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment does two things. If you look at line 8, it changes 24 hours to 7 days so that we have a notice period that is long enough for people to react to it. And then the bottom portion of this, certainly the amendment that took out all of the penalties, et cetera, what we did is we put back in, if you look on line 14, we make sure that the taxpayers have standing, and on 16, that the Superior Court can order a declaratory, injunctive, or equitable relief. And then on line 17, if the municipality or school or whoever decides that they're not going to give you the documents and you had to go to court to do that, we're going to give you back your cost of the court costs. So this is a good, reasonable way to do it. There's no penalty in it for doing it, other than if you say no and you are wrong, that you will have to pay the court costs for somebody to actually go out and get that information. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gray. Is there any discussion on floor amendment 1262? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor of amendment 1262, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. The ayes have it, I believe. The ayes have it, and the floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading, and it's open for further discussion or amendment. Senator Waters.
Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. I rise to introduce floor amendment 0723S. And I will speak to that as it goes around, if I may, Mr. President. So on this floor amendment, it seemed to me that it may even been inadvertent that since we want to have greater transparency for public education, that we ought to have transparency for public education. And if we're going to have transparency, we shouldn't have blind spots. And that's why on the amendment, it notes that all public schools will be included in this, and that means on page 2, line 12, chartered public school. And I think that it's quite obvious why it's important for taxpayers to have information about how their money is being spent. And if you believe the items that are in the legislative findings, it won't take you very long to go into news stories and to documents that are available to see that much that is said here can also be raised about chartered schools. And so I think this is important for the taxpayer to have this information, particularly, whether or not for-profits or other entities, that funding is, where's it going, rather than to just the instruction of the schools. So as I said, if you want transparency, shouldn't have blind spots. Charter schools or public schools, anybody in this body knows I've always supported public schools in legislation. I've always supported them in my district, and so I also support the taxpayer that we need transparency. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Waters. Is there any discussion on floor amendment 723? Seeing no further discussion, are you ready for the question? All in favor of floor amendment 723, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Seeing no one questioning the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The bill is on second reading. It's open for further discussion and amendment. Senator Rosenwald.
Mr. President, I rise to oppose Senate Bill 219. This bill was reported ITL twice out of the Senate Education Committee, and at best it's unnecessary, and at worst it's a baseless attack on New Hampshire school districts. The findings in this bill contain language that is inflammatory regarding educational personnel such as, quote, administrative bloat, unquote, and an implied reference to educational professionals as a privileged bureaucratic class. The findings make a false comparison between the experience and credentials of a superintendent and a new teacher in terms of compensation that would be like comparing the salary of a surgical resident and an orthopedic surgeon with 20 years of experience. But what's perhaps most galling is this bill's suggestion that the legislature is concerned inflated administrative compensation prevents districts from paying teachers higher salaries. Since just pretty recently, we stripped the money out of Senate Bill 217 from our friend from District 10 that would have paid teachers higher salaries. This puts the Senate in the awkward position of contradicting ourselves. Mr. President, I don't think we should send this bill to our friends on the other side of the wall, so I hope my colleagues will join me in voting no on the ought to pass as amended motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rosenwald. Is there any further discussion? The motion is on ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 219. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. In the humble opinion of the chair, without my earbuds, I believe that the ayes have it, Seeing no one objecting to that, the ayes have it. Senate Bill 219 is ordered to third reading. All right, we will go back to the Committee on Energy, and the Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Energy and Natural Resources, to which was referred Senate Bill 301, an act relative to establishing a committee to study the possibility of placing a desalination plant on the seacoast. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3-2. Senator Avard for the committee.
Senator Avard.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move SB 301 for ought to pass with amendment. This bill addresses water supply concerns by studying the feasibility of a desalination plant in New Hampshire. The amendment broadens the committee representation and changes the language to ensure clarity concerning the locations of the interests. The Department of Environmental Services, who took no stance, highlighted the importance of the study in providing insight into future water availability and understanding how groundwater dynamics may be affected by the rising sea levels. The Energy and Natural Resources Committee seeks for your support in advancing SB 301 with ought to pass amendment, and I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Avard. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing no discussion on the committee amendment, you want to discuss the ought to pass as amended? Yes, that's what I thought. Seeing no further discussion on the committee amendment, all in favor of the committee amendment, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. It's open to further amendment and discussion. Senator Altshuler.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak against the ought to pass motion. When this bill was introduced, the prime sponsor testified that after having been on a study committee about landfills, they wondered what might happen if there was a natural disaster or a terrorist attack on the seacoast and how it might affect our drinking water. Admittedly, the sponsor testified they did not think about asking any of the 48 members of the Seacoast Legislative Delegation representing potentially impacted communities, or if they had any knowledge that could contribute to satisfying his curiosity. Also excluded from his quest for, as the prime sponsor described in testimony, as designed his own quote for his edification, excluded was the New Hampshire Drinking Water and Groundwater Trust Fund Advisory Commission. No inquiries were made for materials from the Department of Environmental Services Water Division, nor was anything asked of the Seacoast Long-Term Drinking Water Commission. We learned in committee that the Seacoast Long-Term Drinking Water Commission is already doing the work of assessing the water needs of southern New Hampshire, and one of our biggest challenges is actually interconnectivity of existing water sources. A cursory read of reports from the Drinking Water and Groundwater Trust Fund would reveal that the cities of Portsmouth and Dover have already invested $223,000 on design costs for potential interconnectivity. They, of course, have municipal water infrastructure, unlike the communities of Stratham and Greenland. This is important to note because desalination plants need to draw from brackish water, not directly from the ocean water. And where is the largest access to brackish water in New Hampshire? It's Great Bay. Turns out the Great Bay Stewards, whose executive director also serves right here on the other side of the wall, was not contacted with any curiosity inquiries about any research they may have already had on this topic. The town of Rye submitted a letter to us expressing its strong opposition and said, quote, "It is troubling that Senate Bill 301 proposes this study without any prior consultation with the very communities that would be most affected, Neither the town of Rye nor other seacoast municipality that I am aware of appears to have been contacted about this proposal. The Department of Environmental Services Water Division submitted testimony referring the committee to the Seacoast Commission on Long-Term Goals and Requirements of Drinking Water. In fact, they testified that there is a long-term study being done that should be wrapping up at the end of this year, that we should wait to hear from them. They also told us that the potential construction of a desalination plant in the Seacoast region is not a new concept. The town of Seabrook completed a preliminary feasibility study for desalination in the early 2000s. The Department of Environmental Services Water Division also told us in their testimony, additionally, NHDES is aware that the Navy had identified the construction of a desalination treatment plant in New Hampshire as a potential water supply option to address increasing water demands associated with the expansion of the Portsmouth Naval Shipyard, before it decided instead to invest in improvements in the water system of Kittery, Maine. So DES also brought to our attention an RFQ in 2023 by the Seacoast Interconnection Study, available on their website, that outlines that they are already looking into the water demands and responses to contaminated groundwater. Colleagues, there is a tremendous amount of work happening regarding drinking water on the Seacoast. And again, the only place to put a desalination plant is in brackish water. The only place we have brackish water is in the Seacoast, and it's on Great Bay. All of this information is available. You just have to look for it, or even ask any of the 100 or so people currently serving on a drinking water commission, a resiliency committee, a public water commission, a conservation commission, the natural resources stewardship, the legislative delegation, or even a simple call to the Department of Environmental Services Water Division. Respectfully, I ask this body to respect the voluminous body of work being done in this arena, already available, and vote no to duplicating these efforts. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Altshuler. Senator Carson for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Of the senator from District 11. No, 12.
Senator Avon.
I know, it's like, I never said I was good at math. Thank you, Senator, for taking my question, and I have a number of questions that I would like to ask. Sure. Senator, we heard from our good friend from District 24 that there were all these people and all these groups and legislators that are concerned about about water. Now, we had our filing period last year. I believe it was in November. The bill came out, legislative services. We started meeting January 1st. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay. May I follow up, Mr. President? Okay, thank you. And I see here by the hearing report, you did not hear this bill until March 5th.
That is correct.
So, if I may follow up again, this bill has been out there. It's been transparent. Anybody who's interested could have looked it up, said, oh, this is something that I'm interested in. I'm going to go to the public hearing and testify. Am I correct?
Correct.
May I follow up, Mr. President? So, again, looking at the hearing report, other than yourself, the only other person who testified was the Department of Environmental Services. Am I correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So, thank you. Senator, do you believe, as I believe, if this is something that you are really just focused on, this is what you do, that you would watch the legislature and you would come in and participate as opposed to having to ask these folks to come in and talk to us?
I think that is a perfect way to describe it. And this is a bipartisan bill. It's a study it's a study to look at opportunities just in case something happens that is out of our control. It's a bipartisan bill, and I don't see why there's such opposition just for thinking outside the box. Seeing how so many people have already inquired about a desalinization plant, there's obviously a concern.
My last follow-up, Mr. President, thank you. So I see, Senator, that this is a study committee.
Yeah.
And do you believe, as I believe, because we've heard today about all these groups and individuals that are interested in this issue, working on this issue, that this study committee would be a good place to bring everyone together, compile all the information from all the groups that are out there working on this issue so we can get a position forward?
We can get a position, we can make some policy, we can draw from all the resources that are out there. And I would remind you that my esteemed colleague who opposes this bill also voted for the amendment, because my colleague wanted to be on the study in case it passed.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator Perkins Quokka to speak, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to refocus us a little bit. This is a big problem, right? Water is becoming a big problem, and as a Seacoast senator, who's been in office for 8 or 9 years now, I served my first 4 years as a city councilor in Portsmouth. I had been in office a very short amount of time when, PFAS started. And so I feel that water has been integrally connected to a lot of the decisions I've made. And it is important. It's something we do need to look at. But because of the position I was in, I also was on the front lines of understanding just how big this is and how stretched our staff is. And I want to give a quick thanks to our Commander-in-Chief for some really needed municipal funding of water and how, our infrastructure needs to be replaced and sort of dealing with the next wave of things. But I do just want to emphasize one thing, which is that there really is a lot of work being done on this, and there really are so many hours in a day. This is a huge problem. These staff are totally strapped dealing with PFAS, they're dealing with lead, they're dealing with stormwater runoff and MS4, they're dealing with replacing, old infrastructure. They're trying to keep current on things. They're trying to help their colleagues in other cities and towns work through all these issues. And so I guess I just ask out of respect for their time, maybe it is a good idea at some point to convene us all at the state level. But again, I've been a 4-year member of City Council. I've been a 4-year member of the Long-Term Commission on Drinking Water. And I just feel that we're already asking a lot of folks. And so for them to be reporting out to, multiple commissions and studies, I just ask if that's the best use of their time or if we can just kind of let them do their work and we can review that work at the state level when it's ready. So I would ask you to oppose the ought to pass. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Senator Perkins Quokka. Senator Altshuler.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to correct for the record. First of all, we did receive testimony at the hearing that sadly is not reflected in the hearing report. However, it did go to every member of the committee's email, and hard copies are in every member of the committee's folders from the town of Rye, talking about the work that they've already done. And additionally, perhaps my colleague from District 12 didn't see me across the room, but I did not vote for this amendment. So just to clarify, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Altshuler. The question is on adoption of ought to pass as amended. Seeing no further discussion, are you ready for the question? All in favor of the ought to pass as amended motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. Once again, I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 301 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred Senate Bill 368 FN, an act relative to service retirement allowances for teachers and other Group 1 retirement system members. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be referred to interim study by a vote of 3-2. Senator Pearl for the committee.
Senator Pearl.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 368 FN to interim study. This bill revises the application of the reduction in a service retirement allowance for teachers and other Group 1 member employees at full retirement age. The bill would fill a gap created by last year's HB2, which changed the age at which a retiree's benefits would be reduced from 65 to match the age of eligibility. The committee heard testimony that the bill would have a cost of $11 million. The committee agreed that with the goal of the bill, but was concerned with the price. The committee was also concerned with the bill creates a retroactive benefit. Considering there is a lot of work being done on the retirement system, the committee felt this was not the time for another change. The Executive Departments and Administration Committee asked for your support for the motion of interim study, and I'd like to speak a little further after.
Senator Pearl, you are recognized.
Thank you. So, colleagues, last year we worked to plug a gap in our retirement system that had been hurting state and local government workers. Group 1 members also receive Social Security. Since 1988, the New Hampshire retirement system was structured so that benefits drop by about 10% at age 65 when retirees become eligible for Social Security. But when the federal government raised the Social Security retirement age, we did not adjust our system to match it. That left the Group 1 members with a smaller benefit and no Social Security payments. So last year in the budget, we addressed this gap, linking the benefit adjustment to when a retiree qualifies for Social Security. This increased the unfunded liability in the New Hampshire retirement system by about $45 million. But we decided that price was worth paying for the 40,000 Group 1 members and future hires. So this year, we heard Senate Bill 368, which would make those adjustments retroactive for people who retired prior to the July 1, 2023, but who had not yet reached age 65. Supporters argued that the New Hampshire retirement system incorrectly interpreted the law to only apply to people who retired after it went into effect, and that we should also increase benefits for an additional 3,000 people who retired before the law changed. That's not correct. In January of 23, the New Hampshire retirement system provided a memo to the Senate ED&A committee analyzing Senate Bill 57, which we later folded into House Bill 2, and let me quote, as written, the retirement system does not believe this bill would apply retroactively to people who have already retired. It was this interpretation that informed the fiscal note and the ED&A committee and the full Senate used when giving it our unanimous approval. Changing the law again to apply retroactively would increase the unfunded liability by an additional $11.1 million. It would also open the door to other groups of retirees seeking retroactive increases to their pension benefits. The legislature has worked hard to tackle the unfunded liability in the New Hampshire retirement system. Mr. President, no one has done more on this issue than you have. We've made very tough decisions, and because of that, the New Hampshire retirement system is in much better shape. I would love to give an additional $3,700 to each and every one of the 3,000 Group 1 members that would be covered by this bill. But that's exactly how past legislatures got the New Hampshire retirement system into the mess over several decades. Remember, the most of the New Hampshire retirement system are local employees working for cities, towns, and school districts. So any cost we add to the system will mostly fall on local taxpayers. Passing Senate Bill 386 would increase local property taxes in order to boost benefits for people who had already retired when the pensions were adjusted last year. Please join me in supporting the ED&A Committee's recommendation of interim study on Senate Bill 368. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Pearl. Senator Fenton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do rise in opposition to the committee recommendation of interim study. It's an interim study kind of day for me. Senate Bill 368 attempted to address the issue of those Group 1 members of the New Hampshire retirement system who were left out of the long overdue law change around when Group 1 pensions were recalculated. Some of my own constituents who were already retired but who had not yet reached their full Social Security age reached out to me wondering why they were not included in the change. despite not having reached the age at which their pension would be recalculated to the reduced amount. These were teachers that had reached out to me. Senate Bill 368 seeks to correct that issue while also maintaining the prospective nature of the law by including those retirees who had not yet attained the age of 65 prior to the effective date of this bill, meaning no one would be receiving retroactive retirement payments because of the passage of 368. While I disagree with the majority's committee recommendation, I do appreciate their work on the bill and their attempt to weigh this bill with all the other retirement bills that we do have and are attempting to advance to benefit all of our public employees. So if we all felt so inclined to overturn this recommendation, perhaps we could offer another motion. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Fenton. Eloquently said. Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question for the senator for, let me take a look, the senator from District 17. Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. I just want to make it very, very clear. Did the ED&A committee ever think that a pension adjustments should be made retroactively for people who have already retired?
No, the New Hampshire retirement system made it very clear that it would not.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The motion is refer for interim study. Senator Perkins-Coca to speak.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Just quickly, I too appreciate all the things we're trying to balance, but I did have a constituent from Newington come up to me at an event I was at the other day and say, I just realized I wasn't included in this group, and I was kind of counting on it. And I think there's a reality of housing costs and being on fixed income these days that is very hard. So I echo Senator Fenton. I understand that there's a lot to balance here, but I guess ultimately I come out on the side of sort of sympathy for how much costs have changed in the time that has passed since these folks' salaries were earned and their pensions were calculated. So ultimately, I hope you will join myself and Senator Fenton in overturning the interim study. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Perkins-Coca. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor of the motion of interim study, please say aye. Aye. And opposed? No. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The motion of interim study on Senate Bill 368 is adopted. Back to the Committee on Finance. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 307FN, an act relative to electric transmission service agreements. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 6-0. Senator Gray for the committee.
Senator Gray.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 307FN ought to pass. This bill allows for electric transmission service agreements by the New Hampshire electric distribution utilities with the developer of any New England transmission project which has been awarded a grant from or entered into a transmission capacity contract with the United States Department of Energy. The National Grid's Twin State Clean Energy Link was a proposed transmission line that would connect New England and Quebec's electrical grids. Very recently, however, National Grid informed the U.S. DOE that they were no longer planning to move forward with the Twin States transmission project, not wanting to preclude any other opportunities that may arise. The Senate Finance Committee recommends the passage of Senate Bill 307FN and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gray. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 307. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? This time, I'm sure the ayes have it. Senate Bill 307 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 321FN, an act relative to the release of a defendant pending trial. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 6-1. Senator Birdsell for the committee.
Senator Birdsell.
Mr. President, I move Senate Bill 321FN ought to pass. This bill revises the standard for release of a defendant pending trial following multiple failures to appear. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 321FN and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Birdsell. The bill is on second reading, and there is discussion. Senator Ravis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the committee's recommendation of ought to pass. This similar language to this bill is actually passed in this body on more than one occasion last term. I think it was Senate Bill 92. But it's just a narrow section of that bill. And what it does, if someone is released on bail, and that's the conditions of their release, well, part of it is they have to appear at the next court hearing. People are continuously not showing up for court and getting default warrants at issue. And what is the response to that? What is the consequence of that? Well, they're not going to be held. That's what's happening under our current bail system. Our current bail system under the bail reform that passed several years ago is failing this state. This is a situation where there's zero accountability for people who continuously and repeatedly miss their court dates. And I've said this before. I like this quote because I came up with it. Why have conditions of your release if there's no consequence for violating those conditions? There's no accountability. And I hear a lot of excuses why someone may miss a court date. That's why if it's 3 times within 3 years, you manage to miss a court date, or 2 times on the same case, that's when this will happen. And what it does, once it's been shown and demonstrated by the prosecutor that you've missed these hearings several times within that time period or on the same case, what would happen is the defendant now has to demonstrate to the court. They now have the burden of saying, well, this is why if I'm released, I will show up at the next hearing. I don't understand what the problem is with that. I think that's a very reasonable position to take because they're basing it on repeated behavior in the past. But the excuses as why someone misses a court date, I understand we all have professional obligations. People can be sick. In my professional experience, it's extremely easy to change a court date. Just simply not showing up is unacceptable. When I had court hearings representing someone, and if they were tested positive for COVID or they were quarantining, I mean, there were some Zoom options, but even not all the courts had that. And I would tell the person to stay home, and we'll address it. But doing nothing, just not showing up, unacceptable. It's a drain on the system. It's a waste of resources for the court, law enforcement, prosecutors. There's only a certain amount of cases on for one day, and when someone just doesn't show up without consequence, well, one of the reasons why they don't show up is what's going to happen to them? Nothing. This clarifies that if they repeatedly do that they could be held in pretrial detention. We saw increase in crime rates since we had bail reform, and part of that is we're not holding anyone accountable. Well, this is going to stop that drain on the system, because you have a court hearing and everyone's ready to go and just simply not showing up, and we keep doing that. Unacceptable. So please join me, support the committee's recommendation of ought to pass. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. The bill is still on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our first responsibility as lawmakers is to ensure the safety of our state's residents. We know, Mr. President, that our bail laws are failing. We've tried and tried to correct this problem. The Manchester Police Department conducted a study of arrests 12 months before and 12 months after the bail reform laws passed. The study concluded that 12 months post-bail reform, the City of Manchester saw a 20% increase in the arrest of defendants out on bail. In September, Mr. President, 2 men were arrested in Manchester for their alleged involvement in a shooting that left one person with a gunshot wound in their leg. Both men were subsequently released on PR bail, even though one of the men's criminal history involved leading police on a high-speed chase and fighting with officers who eventually arrested him for drunk driving. In another instance, in June of last year, a man was arrested for attempting to shoplift at a Dollar Tree store and was waving a box cutter at employees. This man was also out on bail. This bill does not take away bail. It simply creates a rebuttable presumption that if someone has failed to appear numerous times, they are likely to do it again. If a person has proven themselves to be a flight risk, it needs to be considered when determining whether to release them or not, especially if they've been charged with a felony, Class A misdemeanor, or driving while impaired. Senate Bill 321 puts the decision on whether someone in these circumstances should receive bail or not in the hands of our judges, ensuring the best decision is made for that person and for the safety of the public. This bill is a preventative step we must take to ensure the safety of all Granite Staters. It clarifies the original intent of the law and will help discourage people from skipping court dates. I therefore urge my colleagues to join me in voting ought to pass on Senate Bill 321. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. Is there any further discussion? I've been told there's a request for a roll call. Senator Soucy, I'm sorry.
Mr. President, I'll be brief, but I have to say something about some of the comments that were made earlier regarding the city of Manchester. I have worked diligently in a bipartisan way over the last few years with many of you to make changes to our bail reform statutes. I have been focused on those who are accused of having committed the most dangerous offenses. And I have also talked to and worked with many of our colleagues on the other side of the wall, many of whom have concern with the way this single piece of legislation is worded. Rather, what they're looking for is something more comprehensive. And that's why I look forward to working on the bills that are coming back to us that will deal with bail reform in a more holistic way. Just doing one single piece won't be enough. The statistics that were quoted earlier, I think in large part were due to the fact that many of our bail commissioners were not trained, were not aware of what the changes were to the law that we had made. And as I said last time this bill came on the floor, to be clear, there are people that fail to appear because they failed to receive the notice that they had to appear. Their requirement to appear is not something that is always orally provided in the courtroom. Perhaps it should be, but it isn't. These notices that are sent in English. Many people speak other languages. And furthermore, many of these people that have committed offenses are unhoused, and therefore there is no place to send the notice. Further punishing them for not appearing when they haven't even received the notice really isn't going to solve the problem. And if people fail to receive bail in many of these instances, although the amount listed is undeterminable, it's very clear that it's going to mean that our county jails are going to fill up far more quickly. So for all of those reasons, Mr. President, I oppose the current motion.
So Senator Avard has asked for a roll call. Senator Abbas has seconded it. Senator Murphy, did you wish to speak?
Just a question.
Question
Senator, District 14, please. Thank you for taking the question, Senator. If a defendant does not appear 3 times in 3 years, do you believe it's reasonable to believe that that person is very unlikely to show the 4th time?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Senator Ricciardi for a question.
President of the Senator from District 22. I just want to reiterate, to be clear, this does not take away bail.
Absolutely not. This also doesn't affect someone for the eligibility for cash bail. They can still be released on their own personal recognizance. What this does, it's just a simply failure to appear multiple times, which is, keep in mind, if you didn't appear the first time and you're eventually there and then you're in court again, they're not going to schedule another court date until they actually can clear up the arrest warrant or the default warrant for you. So what happens next is, at that time, they usually ask for an updated address to confirm wherever they sent the notice to, you got. So simply, if you're just not showing up, that person has ample opportunity to understand how to get there. But you're eligible for bail, and even if you did miss 3 hearings in 3 years, you still actually can be released if you can explain why. A good excuse maybe would be, well, I went to the wrong address. Stuff like that can be presented, and that'll be a determination for the judge.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A roll call has been requested. The clerk will please call the roll.
Senator Gendreau.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentiss.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator Chanley.
No.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Cuoca.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altshuler.
No.
And Senator Bradley.
Yes. The ayes have it, 14 to 10. Senate Bill 321 is ordered to third reading. Senator Whitley, you have some very special guests.
Yes, thank you, Mr.
And
President.
before you get to your guests, Senator Waters, Godspeed. You're excused for the rest of the day. Senator Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Please join me in welcoming the Concord Hospital Family Medicine Residency Program, led by Dr. Alex Brown. And I will say it's very exciting. I hear that 7 of the 8 residents will be staying in New Hampshire to practice after their training. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Whitley, and welcome. Senator Ricciardi.
Welcome, please help me welcome the president of the New Hampshire Medical Society, Maria Boylan. She's also a constituent of mine from New Boston. Let's show her a really big Senate welcome.
Okay, the Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 364FN, an act relative to establishing historic housing preservation tax credit. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be referred to interim study by a vote of 6-1. Senator Birdsell for the committee.
Senator Birdsell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 364FN be referred to interim study. This bill sought to establish a historic housing preservation tax credit administered by the Housing Finance Authority. Any contribution made would be allowed an investment tax credit against the business profits tax or the business enterprise tax. The members of the Senate Finance Committee agreed such a proposal should be included in biennial budget discussions. The committee recommends Senate Bill 364 be referred to interim study and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Birdsell. The question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of refer for interim study on Senate Bill 364. Are you ready for the question? Senator Perkins Cuoca.
Thank you, Mr. President. I feel like I'm talking a lot today. So I rise in opposition to the interim study motion. I think that historic housing preservation tax credits are underappreciated and perhaps a little wonky, but I just wanted to speak to their attributes for a moment. So state rehabilitation tax credit programs they leverage private investment, increase the amount of rehabilitation occurring in a state. They support high-wage jobs, They conserve energy and resources, and they benefit a broad range of communities. Picture vacant or underutilized old mill buildings, historic schools, and former Main Street commercial buildings in your communities. This new tool would have helped provide needed housing for people with the rehabilitation of these sorts of buildings by nonprofit and for-profit developers, all while helping to maintain and enhance the character of our vibrant, small and large communities across the state and contributing to the vitality of local economies. This tool would also help draw old building redevelopment interests that we are losing to Maine and Massachusetts, according to developers, like our own Eric Chinberg, in written testimony in the hearing. It will also help leverage available federal historic preservation incentives that we believe are underutilized in New Hampshire. There is a concern about tax credit revenue loss, but increased downtown businesses bring other businesses, housing creation and upgrades, and all in all, it could very well be a net benefit to our local tax rolls. Developers have a downtown index that they use when considering large investments, and they look to the presence of downtown housing and vitality of rehabilitation of old buildings as one of the factors of their private investment. So again, I support this idea, and I would hope you would join me against the interim study motion and that we can consider this idea again in the future. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Perkins-Quokka. The motion is refer for interim study. Further discussion? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor of the motion for interim study, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Senate Bill 364 is ordered to interim study. The clerk will please be attentive. Yeah. Bradley will please be attentive to the script. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 372 FN, an act relative to plumbing apprenticeships. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 5-2. Senator Birdsell for the committee.
Senator Birdsell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 372 FN ought to pass. This bill establishes requirements for the employment of plumbing apprentices. As this legislation has a total fiscal impact of less than $10,000 in each of the fiscal years 2024 through 2027, the Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 372 FN and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Birdsell. The bill is on second reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 372. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. Senate Bill 372 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 379 FN, an act relative to emergency action plans for sports-related injuries. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 7-0. Senator Innes for the committee.
Senator Innes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 379 FN ought to pass. This bill establishes requirements for the placement and maintenance of automated external defibrillators and requires an individual trained in cardiopulmonary resuscitation to supervise school-sponsored sports activities. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 379 FN and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Innes. The bill is on second reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 379. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. And any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. Senate Bill 379 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 409FN, an act relative to reimbursement for ambulance services under the state Medicaid plan. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 7-0. Senator Birdsall for the committee.
Senator Birdsall.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 409FN ought to pass. This bill requires the Department of Health and Human Services to submit an amendment to the Medicaid state plan to provide reimbursement for ambulance services under certain circumstances in which transportation is not required. It is anticipated Senate Bill 409FN will result in an additional increase of at least $2 million in total funds, of which $1 million will be state general funds and $1 million will be matching federal funds. It is assumed any fiscal impact would not occur until after fiscal year 2024. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 409FN and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Birdsall. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion? So the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 409. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. The Senate will please be attentive. Oh, I'm sorry. Bradley, go with the script. Senate Bill 409 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 456FN, an act relative to the state loan repayment program for qualified nursing professionals. In making an appropriation, therefore, having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 6-1. Senator Pearl for the committee.
Senator Pearl.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 456FN ought to pass. This bill appropriates $300,000 to the State Office of Rural Health for deposit into the state loan repayment program. These dedicated, non-lapsing funds shall be limited to qualified nursing professionals licensed under RSA 326B. Senate Bill 456FN also requires the Department of Health and Human Services to develop a budget proposal for a student loan forgiveness program that would cover nurses who do not qualify for the state loan repayment program. That proposal shall be submitted on or before November 1st of 2024. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 456FN and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Pearl. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion? The question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 456. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. Senate Bill 456 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 472FN, an act relative to historic horse racing licensing, establishing operations of games of chance for the benefit of a host community, and relative to charitable gaming dates for municipalities and charitable organizations. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 7-0. Senator D'Alessandro for the committee.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 472 ought to pass. This bill opens eligibility for a historic horse racing license to include entities that applied for a game operator employee license between January 1st and October 15th, 2023. Second, it prohibits the sale or transfer of a historical horse racing license. 3, it extends the moratorium on historical horse racing licenses by 4 more years. And 4, Senate Bill 472FN establishes provisions for the operation of games of chance for the benefit of the host community. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 472FN and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. The bill is on second reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 472. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Senate Bill 472 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 475 FN, an act relative to design of climate-controlled storage facility for the New Hampshire State Library. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be referred to interim study by a vote of 6-1. Senator Gray for the committee.
Senator Gray.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 475 FN be referred to interim study. This bill sought to appropriate $1 million to the New Hampshire Historic Sites Fund to design a climate-controlled storage facility to protect and store the cultural resources currently contained in the state library. Although the committee members agree protecting these documents is important, a majority of the committee believes that it is not prudent to make such a decision at this time, and that this item should be included in the biennial budget discussions. The Senate Finance Committee recommends Senate Bill 475 FN be referred to interim study and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gray. The motion is refer to interim study. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of refer for interim study on Senate Bill 475. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. The ayes have it. The motion of refer for interim study is adopted. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 476 FN, an act making a capital appropriation to the Department of Corrections towards the replacement of the New Hampshire State Prison for Men. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 5-2. Senator Gray for the committee.
Senator Gray.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 476 FN ought to pass. This bill appropriates $40 million to the New Hampshire State Prison Fund for the purpose of architectural engineering programming and design and construction documents for a replacement facility for the Men's State Prison. Senate Bill 476 FN allows the state treasurer to borrow on the credit of the state a sum not to exceed $40 million and issue bonds and notes. The majority of the committee members agree that we have applying temporary fixes to the prison for a number of years, and that we are at the point where there are few other options available. The facility has to be replaced. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 476 FN and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gray. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Senator D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak, to give some information about the bill, because I think it's a problem that has to be solved, but I think we've been damn poor in our judgment as to how it should be done. In 1976, we did a study. That study called for a new men's prison. 1976, it was a great year, the bicentennial year for the United States. And guess what? We had a study done by an outside source that said you needed a men's prison. That was 1976. Here's what we have done since 1976, okay? We decided we needed a minimum security prison. So we went to the Laconia State School and we redid it so we'd have a minimum security prison at Laconia. We then said to Laconia, we want to increase the number of people there. So we built a baseball park for Laconia. We put lights in there and we built sidewalks. Another good investment. Then what did we do? we built a prison called the Northern Correctional Facility in Berlin. And what did we say about the Northern Correctional Facility? It could be expanded if we needed an expansion. Those are the things that we have done. In the interim, we built a new women's prison because we had a dump in Goffstown that was a sin. It was an embarrassment to the state to see people there. And I visited there on numerous occasions, visited the women at that prison. So we built a new women's prison. That's in Concord where the men's prison is. Now we have a bill before us. We put $10 million in House Bill 2 in order to do a study for a new prison. We got $40 million here to look for the development of the prison with the ability to bond as part of the bill. Now, come on, let's think about that. $10 million, $40 million, and the ability to bond. We can't keep making these mistakes year after year after year. They're costly. They are costly. What did it cost? What did it cost to expand Laconia State School, make it a minimum prison? What did it cost to build the Northern Correctional Facility in Berlin? What has it cost on an annual basis to make renovations to the men's prison? What did it cost to build a new women's prison? All of these things mount up year after year after year, biennium after biennium after biennium. And you say to yourself, can we make the same mistakes over and over again? You know, there's a definition of an idiot, right? It's making a decision, making the same decision, and expect it to be a different answer. Come on. This is a problem of enormous proportions. Enormous proportions, not only for this legislature, but for many legislators to come. Many legislatures to come. And the burden will fall upon the taxpayer of the state of New Hampshire over and over again. Those bonds got to be paid off. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. Is there further discussion on Senate Bill 476? I believe a roll call was requested by Senator Avard, seconded by Senator Innes. The coffee clutch is coming in. Where's mine?
I have water. Would you like some? Mr. President, I'm happy.
I believe everybody's here. Roll call was requested by Senator Avard, seconded by Senator Innes. The clerk will please call the roll.
Senator Gendreau.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Waters is excused. Senator Prentiss.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator Chanley.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
Yes.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Susi.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
Yes.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
Senator Bradley.
Yes. Senate Bill 476 prevails on a 19-4 roll call, and the bill is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 480FN, an act relative to the administration of professional licensure and certification of regulation of real estate practice. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 7-0. Senator Pearl for the committee.
Senator Pearl.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 480FN ought to pass. This bill directs the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification to assign a specialized customer service administrator to boards or commissions with over 7,000 active licenses. Additionally, it adds a new section to RSA 331A12 to reinstate inactive licensure status that was previously revoked in September of 2023. This allows brokers or salespeople who surrender their licenses to retain them without engaging in brokerage activities. Senate Bill 480FN does not establish or provide an appropriation for any new positions. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 480FN and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Pearl. The bill is on second reading. Is there any discussion? The questions on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 480. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Senate Bill 480 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 499FN, an act relative to reduction of hunger for children, older adults, and people with disabilities. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 7-0. Senator Birdsell for the committee.
Senator Birdsell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 499FN ought to pass with amendment. This bill codifies a pilot breakfast after the bell program serving both breakfast and lunch for the neediest schools in the state. It includes a pilot of the Community Eligibility Provision Program, but funds both pilot programs exclusively through ARPA funds. If there are insufficient ARPA funds, the Department of Education may suspend implementation of these programs until sufficient funds become available. Senate Bill 499FN provides funding for a summer EBT program which would provide food during the summer to children eligible for free and reduced priced meals. In addition, it provides funding to make reduced price meals for children in schools free of charge. Finally, it funds a federal project that works to increase participation in SNAP by elderly adults. Having made two small statutory changes to the bill, the Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 499FN as amended and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Birdsell. The bill is on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Senator Whitley, you want to wait? Yes. Okay. Seeing no further discussion on the committee amendment, the question is on adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Senator Whitley, you are recognized.
Mr. President, I rise in strong support of the committee recommendation. I want to thank my colleagues in my own caucus and across the aisle. There's been an incredible amount of bipartisan work, both in the Health and Human Services Committee and in the Finance. I want to thank the Senate President. I want to thank my friend from District 9 also. This is exactly why I serve in the Senate. When we can come together in a bipartisan way to solve real problems, it's exactly why I come back here, every single day. This bill is really important because it's smart policy. We're going to be capturing federal dollars, bringing them into the state to make sure that we're addressing food insecurity for children, individuals with disabilities, and older adults. This is what we're here for, and I'm very grateful to my colleagues for the support of the bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Whitley. The question is on adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 499. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted. Senate Bill 499 is ordered to third reading. Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 555FN, an act relative to receipt of pharmaceutical rebates by insurers and pharmacy benefits managers. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 5-2. Senator Birdsall for the committee.
Senator Birdsall.
555, sorry. Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 555 FN ought to pass. This bill modifies the reporting requirement for pharmacy benefit managers regarding pharmaceutical rebates. Senate Bill 555 FN also revises the percentage of rebate insurers are required to make available to enrollees, dramatically increases the fine for noncompliance, and removes the prospective repeal of RSA 415-A:7 relative to insurer cost sharing of rebates. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 555 FN and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Birdsall. The bill is on second reading, open for discussion or amendment. Senator Rosenwald, you are recognized to introduce floor amendment 967.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Having been on the Prescription Drug Affordability Board for several years now, I've learned that the prescription drug supply chain is very complex, and that's probably an understatement. There are a number of reasons why drugs are so expensive and getting more so all the time. But because the problem is complex, the solution should also be complex. So this floor amendment removes the change of where the rebates go and gives just one more year to allow the Prescription Drug Affordability Board and the legislature a bit of additional time to develop approaches that save money on medications for consumers, but also for employers. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rosenwald. The question is on adoption of the floor amendment 967. Is there discussion? Senator Avard?
The offer, Mr. President. I oppose the amendment. I think we should move forward with the bill as is. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor of floor amendment 967, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. The noes have it. The floor amendment has failed. The bill is still on second reading. It's open for further discussion. Senator Rosenwald.
Again, Mr. President, as I just said, I've been on the Prescription Drug Affordability Board for several years, and because of the complex reasons for the high cost of drugs, I do feel compelled to speak against this well-intentioned bill from my seatmate. And I feel a bit this afternoon like Don Quixote tilting at windmills. The impossible dream to see the impossible something.
Okay.
Yeah, all right.
Okay.
The background music. So I feel like Don Quixote, but we all know our residents are getting hammered by the rising costs for medications. But this bill is an example of what you can expect if you squeeze a balloon. It's going to bulge out somewhere else. There is a huge amount of money being made on prescription drugs, and pharmacy benefits managers, which this bill takes direct aim at, bear a great deal of the blame. Their business practices are impenetrable, and they do not have a fiduciary responsibility to their clients, which just shocks me every time I think about it, but the U.S. Supreme Court says they don't, so they don't. But let's not let the drug manufacturers who are behind this bill off the hook for high prices. They set these prices, and they raise them at will. Just last month, our Department of Corrections had to come to the Fiscal Committee for additional money because one specific drug literally doubled in price from one year to the next. That is not a pharmacy benefits manager problem. That is a drug manufacturer problem. The original version of this bill would have cost the state $50 million in general funds between Medicaid and the state health plans. In the amended version, 3/4 of the individuals affected have employer-sponsored insurance, but there's been no actuarial analysis to determine what the cost to our businesses, our employers, will be. But the business community knows this bill will cost them, and they will end up passing the costs on to our residents. That's why the BIA opposed this bill. And despite what's been said in testimony, what I've read in the hearing report, what I've heard from or learned from reading the report, our insurance department does have data that keeping the rebates with the employer does in fact exert a downward pressure on per member per month cost for insurance premiums. We need to remember also that only brand name drugs offer rebates, not generics, which are almost always less expensive. This bill, while well-intentioned, is an incentive, therefore, to prescribe and dispense more expensive drugs. That's why pharma and the drug manufacturers like this bill. It will help their bottom lines while hurting our businesses and our residents' bottom lines into the future. Mr. President, there are certainly ways to lower the ever-increasing cost of prescription drugs for all payers, consumers and carriers alike. This bill, I just don't see as one of them. As President Biden reminded us on his recent visit to New Hampshire, Medicare now caps the monthly out-of-pocket cost for insulin, following New Hampshire's lead on the commercial side several years ago. And actually, we have a better price than Medicare does. And Medicare will finally do what every other buyer of goods and services does, use its volume as leverage and negotiate volume discounts for prescription drugs. This is way overdue. Please join me, and I hope I'm not 22-1 this afternoon, in voting to overturn the OTP motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rosenwald. Senator Avard.
President, and with all due respect to my seatmate, I'm definitely in favor of this bill. You know, I'm in homes all the time, and not too long ago in Hollis, I was in a home, gentleman in a wheelchair, and he wheeled over to a little table and he said, you see these two pieces of, these two prescriptions? $1,200 a month. He needed that to stay alive. This bill basically is a bill, and I'm finding this happening throughout the year, that there are a lot of turf wars here. And we're in the middle of a turf war with this bill. And so this bill is basically a compromise. Instead of 100% rebate, it's 50%. Anthem has been doing this at 100% since 2021. Who knew? They're already doing it. So this is a turf war. All I'm trying to do with this bill, and what the bottom line is, we want to put money back into the pockets of the people that are spending the money. Their prescriptions are expensive, and we want to make sure that people have an opportunity to lower their bottom line. So I'm asking you to vote for this, and hopefully we can give a little bit of a break to those that actually have to buy these prescriptions. That's all. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Avard. Senator Birdsall is recognized to introduce a very special guest. Two of them, actually.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to welcome former Senator Morse and the longest-serving Senate President, and our previous Communications Director, Maya Harvey.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 555? Roll call. Senator Avard has asked for a roll call. It's seconded by Senator Birdsall. Are we ready for the question? The clerk will please call the roll.
Senator Gendreau.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Waters is excused. Senator Prentiss.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
Yes.
Senator Chanley.
No.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
Yes.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
Yes.
Senator Birdsall.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
Yes.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
Senator Bradley.
Yes. The ayes have it, 19-4. Senate Bill 555 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 559FN, an act relative to New Hampshire Vaccine Association. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 7-0. Senator Rosenwald for the committee.
Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 559 FN ought to pass. This bill defines the term biological product for the purposes of the assessment determination by the New Hampshire Vaccine Association. The determination enables the purchase of such products for children under the age of 19 years in the state of New Hampshire for the purpose of protecting against disease caused by infectious pathogens. Senate Finance recommends passage and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Rosenwald. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion? The question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 559. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. Senate Bill 559 is ordered to third reading. Senator Carson.
Mr. President, I'd like to request a 5-minute recess.
The Senate will be in recess for
The Senate will be attended. Oh, we'll come out of recess, and the Senate will be attended to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which it was referred, Senate Bill 563 FN, an act relative to federal immigration enforcement. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 5-2. Senator Pearl for the committee.
Senator Pearl.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 563 FN ought to pass. This bill prohibits state and local government entities from adopting sanctuary policies to prohibit or impede the enforcement of federal immigration law. This is the same bill this body passed 2 weeks ago. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 563 FN and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. This bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to oppose the ought to pass motion because this bill is likely an unconstitutional violation of Article 28A, creating an unfunded mandate. And because it is an unfunded mandate, it will cause property taxes to increase. There are two ways in which the state is placing new requirements on local law enforcement agencies without funding these mandates. The first, that is, in order to engage in federal immigration enforcement, our local departments will have to provide training to their officers, and there is no state funding in this bill to compensate local departments for the cost of this training, so property taxpayers will be stuck with the tab. Nor does this bill provide funding for local law enforcement to detain individuals for up to 48 hours or the lawsuits against police officers that are likely to result. This will also be cost shifted to property taxes. This cost the bill places on local taxpayers is why the Municipal Association opposes the bill. It's also one of the reasons why the police chiefs in Nashua and Manchester recently voted the #1 and #24 safest cities in America oppose this bill as well. The police in our two largest cities know that keeping our communities safe is earned by creating trusting relationships with residents. We should listen to them and not pass unconstitutional bills that burden property taxpayers and damage public safety throughout our state. I urge my colleagues to vote no. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator D'Alessandro, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the bill. I'm going to reiterate the same things I said at the Finance Committee when this bill came up, because I think I want to be consistent and I want everybody to hear what I had to say then. We don't turn many votes around. I think in my 26 years in the Senate, I can only remember one time that I've spoken and turned around a vote. It was very meaningful to me, that particular vote, because it meant the lives of a lot of people. It made the lives of a lot of people better. I'm not asking for that today. What I'm asking is this. I'm asking for you to listen to the police chief in Manchester, to the police chief in Nashua, to the police chief in Hudson, and a number of other police chiefs around our state who are opposed to this bill. Why? Because they have spent their lives trying to make the community more synergistic. We are a community of many different populations. Manchester, I lived in Manchester most of my adult life. I live on the west side of Manchester. Our police chief has worked long and hard to bring the community together, to create a safe community, to create a good working environment in the community, and to create a situation where people get along. They get along. If you're black, if you're brown, if you're white, you all get along. There's a relationship that's been created. Life is all about relationships. This bill would destroy the relationship that has been created in our city. I have 8 minority schools in my district. 8 minority schools. That means blacks and Hispanics represent a majority of the population in those schools. We're getting along. We're educating these people. Their parents are working, getting jobs in our city. We have something going for us that makes a lot of sense. Do I want a cop who sees somebody on the street that doesn't look good, grabbing him and doing the federal job? No, that isn't their job. Their job is to keep the people of the city safe and to do the kinds of things that they were trained to do. And brother, in today's world, they do a lot more. Cops have become social workers. I'd hate to tell you the number of domestic violence situations that occur in our city that a cop has to deal with. And if you're dealing with that, you are a social worker because you're wrong no matter what. You're wrong. I have visited police officers in the hospital who were involved in a domestic violence dispute. And who took it out on them? The 2 people that were fighting one another. As soon as the police officers came, they fought them. For crying out loud, that's not what it's all about. This is even worse. To have people, I don't want to be Texas. That damn governor in Texas drives me out of my mind. And even his troops are complaining about what they have to do. So please, think about this. Think about this as a public servant, as someone who wants to save your community, make your community better, make your community more productive. Don't cause an animosity within your community that destroys relationships that have taken years and years to build. Remember, at one time in Manchester, you wouldn't go to the West Side because they were French on the West Side. Now they go to the West Side. And as an Italo-American, I have integrated the West Side. I've made it more integrated. Think about it. That's all. Think about it. Think about it, and when you go back home tonight, feel comfortable with the decision that you've made. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is on second reading, open for further discussion. Senator Gannon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I read last time. That was a mistake. I got too much into the weeds, and I dealt with everything, but you're not going to listen to me after 3 minutes. So just give me about a minute or two here. I want to talk about the good senator from 13 spoke about unfunded mandate. This is a de minimis charge cost. I spoke with my police chief and many in my area, and they told me it's a simple phone call. They agreed with me. I talked to the ICE agent in Chester, agreed with me. I talked to the 2 state troopers who defend our governor, and I said, what did you do when you used to be out in the streets? And they said, there's a place in Dover, I think it's called Stratford County Correctional Institute. We dropped him off there. There was no charge, he said. So other than I guess there was a drive, but other than the gas, and they were arresting the people anyways for violating a state charge. We're not going into the community. We're not looking for a dishwasher or someone working in Portsmouth at a restaurant. We're looking for people, we've already pulled them over for a state charge, and we want them to then, if they know there's a detainer notice, if they know that ICE or Homeland Security, we want them to communicate. Again, the good senator who represents Lebanon, and I disagree. I am holding your welcoming ordinance, and it is very clear that it's telling the police, and that's what this bill is about. It's about we don't want sanctuary cities in New Hampshire, or some of us don't. And the police are told there that they're not to do any step at all to facilitate any process in the federal. We're not asking them to go on the streets and pull someone over. If they get someone on a state violation, they find out there's a detainer notice that the federal government has decided there's probable cause to pull the person over and to bring them in. We want them to make that phone call or drop them off in Stafford. If you can't afford the overnight, drop them off in Stafford. There's a de minimis cost again. senator from District 20, who I respect to no end, talked about bringing the community together. Again, we're not going after anyone. It's only people who have already violated a state law. Actually, they violated an earlier law when they came into the country illegally. That it is a crime with the sentencing penalty. So that we put in that there's a provision if you're someone in the community and you think you're going to be scared. They have been ginned up to. I brought many of them into my office. They came a week after the hearing. We talked to the Brazilian community. And they were fearful that we were going to go after them. And I said, we're not going after anyone. If you have people in your community and you cooperate, there's going to be steps towards you becoming a citizen for cooperating. So I'm going to stop there because I went way too long last week. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Rosenwald, you're recognized to speak.
I would just like to suggest, in light of my colleague from District 23's comments, that if the police chiefs of Manchester and Nashua, for example, thought the cost would be de minimis, they would not have sent us this letter saying, we oppose this bill because we see cost for the training, for detention, and for additional lawsuits. What I didn't mention, because I thought I was going on too long, is that the Department of Justice also said they would need to add attorney resources. So there are state costs that this bill contemplates as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Abbas, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the committee's recommendation of ought to pass. In respect to the unfunded mandate, I don't believe that it's an unfunded mandate to ask law enforcement to enforce the laws. In that case, anytime we make a new penalty for anything, it would be an unfunded mandate. So I have to respectfully disagree with my colleague. And in respect to the concerns that legal immigrants have, they shouldn't have any. It doesn't matter what you look like, it doesn't matter your background, your religion, nothing to worry about, because this law will not impact you at all. This only applies to illegal immigrants, that is it. So to think that the police are going to look at someone because they're a minority and simply bring them into custody, that is not going to happen. There's no need to fear that or suspect that would happen. That's an insult to the police officers to even suggest that that's how this law would be enforced if it became law. Thousands of, actually more than that, but over 1 million people have come into this country illegally. They entered the United States illegally since President Biden took office. That's more people have entered the country illegally under his administration than the entire population of the state of New Hampshire. Put that in perspective. Just last month, there was some 22-year-old nursing student was killed by an illegal immigrant who was previously arrested in New York. And under the sanctuary policy, look what happened. That person's released. And I'm not going to apologize for referencing that murderer as an illegal immigrant, because that's what that person is. It's really disheartening to me to think that people want to come in to live the American dream and they don't want to respect American laws. Here in New Hampshire, we respect lawful immigration. Recently, the director of the FBI testified before the Senate Committee on Intelligence, and he said in response to a question that, quote, no doubt that the criminals that have entered this country illegally have ties to terrorist organizations. Under these sanctuary policies, or the welcoming communities, that terror, you can literally arrest a terrorist and have that terrorist in your custody if you're a welcoming community here in New Hampshire, if you're a sanctuary city. And they're the same thing, by the way, don't get them confused. Their policy would be to release that terrorist back into the public. Please explain to me how that's a good, I'm really interested in hearing how that's a good policy. Certainly doesn't promote public safety. When it comes to immigration, I hear there's a lot of people want to expand immigration, and that's something that the federal government's going to have to work out. But how do you reform it if there's no commitment to enforcing the laws in the first place? And I want to hear, I'm curious about this question, and I asked it last time we heard this bill 2 weeks ago. These welcoming communities and for my colleagues that support these sanctuary city policies, what is the game plan if you had 5,000 or 10,000 illegal immigrants show up at your community? Where's the housing? Tell me I want to hear the plan. Do we have anything in place for that? Can the school system handle it? I want to hear it. And some people suggest this is a problem at the southern border, for the states that border the southern border. It's a United States problem. And you see the problem in Massachusetts, over $45 million a month. That's what it's costing the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. And that's what they're getting with all their sanctuary policies, because it's a magnet for illegal immigrants to go there. So what's the plan here? We're talking about the fiscal impact of the police having to enforce laws and lawyers having to deal with that and the enforcement of the laws. What about the fiscal impact of all these sanctuary cities? Again, I'm still waiting on that from 2 weeks ago. I haven't got an answer yet. What happens a lot is we get bogged down in these debates on political correctness, and we lose sight of what we're talking about. We're talking about illegal immigrants. And we shouldn't be afraid to say that, because if we're taking the conversation serious, we're going to categorize this as what it is. Illegal immigration. We're not going to have policies where we actively ignore those laws when we have an immigration crisis happening here, illegal immigration crisis happening at our southern border, and we have it even happening at our northern border. And that's not even to get into the issues of the illegal drugs coming over the border illegally. So please join me, support the committee's recommendation of ought to pass. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Gannon, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you.
Okay. Senator Bradley, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you very much. So there's been a lot of discussion about this letter from 6 law enforcement officers in New Hampshire. It's always good to read the bill. Even better, sometimes, than reading the bill, is to read the fiscal note of the bill. Let me read the first sentence of the fiscal note of the bill. This bill prohibits state and local government entities from adopting sanctuary policies to prohibit or impede the enforcement of federal immigration law. That's what the bill does. That's not me saying it. That's one of the most respected nonpartisan offices in this building saying it. The legislative budget assistant who writes the fiscal notes. So, when I look at this letter, which I didn't have in front of me 2 weeks ago, that says Senate Bill 563 would place law enforcement in the precarious position of enforcing federal civil immigration laws that would harm the trust we have worked to develop. My friends, there is a fundamental misunderstanding of what Senate Bill 563 does. Fundamental misunderstanding. Let's read this fiscal note again. The bill prohibits state and local government entities from adopting sanctuary policies to prohibit or impede the enforcement of federal immigration law. That is not saying that there's a mandate to enforce federal immigration law. There isn't. You just can't obstruct. You can't block. You can't prohibit. You can't impede. Now, my friends, last week I talked about the fact, those of you who weren't on the same page as me, you did a great job of defending legal immigration. You did, and you're doing it today. Good. America is great because of legal immigration. But I made the point that open borders and illegal immigration are huge problems. And when you have sanctuary policies, you become a magnet for the explosion of those problems. This, my friends, is an article from, I believe it's Tuesday's Boston Herald. Our counterparts in Massachusetts today are voting on an appropriation bill of $825 million to fund these services. Now, I'm really glad we were able to work together on feeding hungry New Hampshire children. And I'm hopeful that next week we're going to be able to make sure that homeless shelters stay open for New Hampshire residents. But I certainly don't want us having to vote on something akin to $825 million. Do any of you? I doubt it. So we talk about cooperation between local law enforcement, state law enforcement, and federal law enforcement. You know what? When forfeiture of assets under drug busts may happen, thank you, there's an awful lot of cooperation by local law enforcement because they have access to those drug forfeiture. That's cooperation. So last night, after the Celtics game, it was a good game, I was on pins and needles at the end, I read the Manchester policy. Manchester Police Department Standard Operation Procedure, Management of Undocumented Immigrants. It's pretty interesting. All right, I will do that.
Well, I was just trying to help you.
Thank you.
I was just trying to slide it in there.
I don't know, you're trying to upset me and get me off my chain of thought, but I'm being impolite when I do the things I do sometimes. All right, so they have a long policy, and Dover's the same, okay? They routinely cooperate when asked to cooperate with ICE officials. So I'm just going to read this. If an officer believes a person arrested is also an undocumented alien, the arresting officer may notify ICE so that they may consider placing an immigration hold on the individual under the following circumstances: a felony, arrested for misdemeanor, arrested for previously deported alien, the person is an NCIC, is person actively wanted by ICE. There's also a provision in here for how they would cooperate if there's a national security risk. So for the most part, our police departments are doing what they should be doing. It's a good thing. But why is this bill important? It's because we don't want to be a sanctuary state and a magnet and have the unbridled costs associated with it. We talk about relationships. My friend from District 20, I've heard this speech 1,000 times. It's a great speech. But when you talk about relationships and you talk about problems on the streets of Manchester, where the problems are going to be the worst, what are we seeing in other states where the sanctuary policies have been adopted? The real crimes that have been committed, that have been outlined on this floor today and 2 weeks ago: fentanyl streaming across the border, the possibility of terrorism, and the costs I just outlined. So that's what we should be thinking about today. Who's hurt the most? It's those people that you represent. They're the ones hurt the most. We are in one of the most unfortunate conundrums I've ever experienced. And I've served in this building, and I served in a big building down south for 4 years when these issues were debated. This is not new. Congress didn't act when I was there. They're not acting now. It's a fault of Republicans and Democrats. There is a deal to happen on immigration. But it starts with border security. It starts with border security. You have to have it. And then we have to figure out what to do with the dreamers. And there's going to have to be a lot of discussion about how to make it happen. And there's not been the willingness to do it. There wasn't the willingness to do it when I was there, and there certainly isn't today. So where does that leave us? States have to do whatever they can. And the biggest thing that we can do is not become a magnet like our colleagues, our counterparts, in Massachusetts are having to deal with the problems that they've created because they have so many sanctuary policies in Massachusetts. And we see that in a lot of states. We don't want that to happen here because who's hurt the most? That's what we need to think about. States must act. Thank you, Mr. President.
Question from Senator Birdsell.
Senator from District 22.
Senator, do you accept the question?
I do.
Senator, thank you for taking my question. And since you brought up Director Christopher Wray, do you think that, based on his words, do you think that the open border policies put Granite Staters at risk?
It puts every single American at risk, including Granite Staters.
Follow-up? Didn't he say that he was concerned about a possible another 9/11 happening with the potential terrorists coming into our country?
Yes, he did. And it's a concern that it has to do with members coming in who are suspected to have ties to terrorist organizations, and that's exactly what happened with 9/11.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Gannon, recognized for a question? No. Okay. Senator Whitley, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise yet again in opposition to this bill. And I rise in opposition to the pending motion because I truly believe it's our job to actually solve problems for Granite Staters, not pass legislation to make political statements. We're not here to solve the border crisis, right? We are not Congress. Like we talked about last week, we are not Congress. We are not here to address the border crisis. We are here to solve problems for New Hampshire citizens, and we have done that today. But, Mr. President, this bill does absolutely nothing to benefit the people of New Hampshire. It does not increase revenue. It does not enhance public safety. And you know how we know that? Because our chiefs of police from Manchester and Nashville told us. It does not enhance public safety, or does it improve the well-being of New Hampshire residents. What we are being told from our law enforcement, and I want to be clear here, I have read the bill because I'm on judiciary, and I think we've all read the bill. And I would point your attention to page 2. To line, I don't know what line, but essentially the line says that local law enforcement shall take best efforts to help enforce immigration law. That's a mandate. I read the bill. You all can read it as well. Shall take best efforts to assist with federal enforcement. That's a mandate. And it's an unfunded mandate. Colleagues, this legislation will only do harm to our economy. It says we are closing our door. We're not open for business. Do not come here. We are closing our door. It'll harm our economy, and it will damage our reputation and our relationship with our immigrant community. I think it's really problematic when we allow or fall victim to fear-mongering over a scarcity mindset. This is not a zero-sum game. It's just not, and don't fall prey to it. I also want to reiterate, again, the facts. The facts. We know. Oftentimes, fear-mongering around the country and in this state are creating an enemy. And the enemy is, folks that are coming to this country, whether, illegally or not illegally, right? We're creating an enemy. And we're saying that enemy, they're responsible for our fentanyl crisis, our drug crisis, and all the crime. But it's not true. Don't fall prey to the fear-mongering, because the facts are those who come to this country commit far less crimes than native-born folks. Those are the facts. And the facts are also with the fentanyl crisis. Fentanyl is coming through legal ports of entry, and guess by whom? U.S. citizens, okay? Don't fall prey to the fear-mongering, to the creation of another, to the creation of an enemy. We are better than that in New Hampshire. Granite Staters have made it clear time and time again that this type of unnecessary legislation is not only mean-spirited and unwelcome, but it's antithetical to our values. And I would urge my colleagues to vote against the pending motion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Gendro for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Question for the good senator from District 15, if she'll take my question.
Always.
So, Senator, do you agree with FBI Director Wray that there is no doubt, and those are his quotes, that criminals are illegally coming into this country?
Senator, I believe that there is an issue to address with our immigration system, but that's not our job, Senator. Our job is to make New Hampshire a safe place and enhance public safety. We are not Congress. We're not going to deal with the border crisis. We need to protect New Hampshire citizens. And this bill, we're being told, is antithetical to public safety.
Follow up? Would you say that given this information, we should be more vigilant and enact public policy that will protect Granite Staters?
I absolutely believe we should pass anything to support the safety and enhance public safety, but we're being told that this bill will actually harm public safety.
Thank you. Thank you.
Senator Lang, you're recognized for a question.
Question from the senator from District 3. Thank you for taking my question, Senator. So what's the problem with allowing sanctuary cities? Why is that a big deal?
Well, it's a huge deal. Our counterparts in Massachusetts are voting on nearly $1 billion of funding. The governor of Massachusetts just had a statement after a disabled young lady in a shelter was raped by an illegal alien and said, well, these things happen. I don't accept that. I suspect you don't accept that. The 6 chiefs who wrote this letter, they're wrong. I don't know how else to say it. They're wrong. They have misinterpreted the law. It's not a mandate. It just says you can't impede federal authorities. And we're seeing what happens, whether it's the situation in Georgia, the situation I just referenced in Massachusetts, or the police officer that was killed outside of Seattle. We're seeing that. It's not fear-mongering to say problems are real. And states that have adopted sanctuary policies have far more of those problems. I hope all of us don't want those problems to come here. So yes, we do need to take action to prevent the fact that sanctuary policies create a magnet. And yes, there are a lot of drugs that come across the border in ports of entry. But we don't know, in many instances, what kind of drugs are coming across the border because of gotaways. We're seeing crime. We're seeing an uptick in gang violence. Director Wray of the FBI has testified in front of Congress about the potential threats. How can we forget what happened on 9/11 when a handful of terrorists came and created the horrific situation that they did in New York City, Washington, and Shanksville? So I would agree with my colleague from District 15. We can't solve the open border problem. We can't. But what we can do is do the best we can to prevent the problems from migrating to New Hampshire, even more than they already are. That's what we can do. And if we want to ignore that reality, fine. But that reality, our counterparts in Massachusetts, they're probably going to appropriate almost $1 billion. Do we want that here? Do we want more drugs on our street? Do we want more terrorists in our country? No. If we don't act, we just let the problems grow and grow and grow. Thank you.
Follow-up question?
Yes.
Thank you. So, almost got away. Don't you think that's why the Biden administration is now asking sanctuary cities to have law enforcement cooperate with ICE? Is that long litany of things you just asked about?
Yep. Very good point. Very good point. Should have brought it up. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah, basically, the administration has put out a policy that says that local law enforcement should cooperate when those threats, whether it's criminal or national security, and local law enforcement, state law enforcement should cooperate with ICE. It shouldn't be sanctuary policies. I mean, the situation with a poor nurse who was killed in Georgia recently, that person had been released due to sanctuary policies that wouldn't cooperate with New York law enforcement. So again, I think the LBA has it right. I'll conclude. The bill prohibits state and local government entities from adopting sanctuary policies to prohibit or impede the enforcement of federal immigration law. Do we really want to be prohibiting and impeding? No, we don't.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
President, to my friend from District 15.
Yes,
And thank you for taking my question.
absolutely.
So if you believe that we have a problem with our federal immigration system, why are you opposed to New Hampshire law enforcement officials from assisting the federal government in enforcing the immigration laws that apply to illegal immigrants?
Because they're telling us that that's a problem. They're telling us. I mean, we all got a letter. I mean, I actually found the point. If you look on line 27 of page 2, again, let's look at the actual language of the bill. A law enforcement shall use best efforts to support the enforcement of federal immigration. Shall. They're telling us. And actually, not only are our law enforcement, our chiefs from our biggest cities, most diverse cities, telling us, not only would it impede public safety, but it also will damage relationships that they have worked so hard, relationships that are so important to building community. That's what we want to do here. Don't we want to build community? Why do we want to pull communities apart? I don't get it. I don't get it. Also, our municipalities, the Municipal Association, multiple municipalities said, this is not good for us. This is an unfunded mandate. It's right here, line 27.
Follow-up, Mr. President? And thank you for taking my follow-up question.
Sure.
Do you support New Hampshire being a sanctuary state?
What I support is New Hampshire being a diverse, welcoming, safe, which we are, by the way. We have heard this. We are the safest state around. We are the safest state around. I believe in building community, a diverse community that will add to our state, allow our state to grow. That's what I support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Reverend for a question.
Thank you. Senator from District 15, thank you.
You take the question, Senator?
Absolutely.
I appreciate you taking my question. Senator, again, I was looking at line 27, but line 29 says, except otherwise expressly prohibited by federal law. And it's under, cooperation with federal immigration authorities. So are you saying that you don't want our local officials to cooperate with the federal agencies?
No one's saying that.
But that's what this prohibits. This basically says the law enforcement agency shall use best efforts to support enforcement of federal law, except as otherwise expressly prohibited by federal law.
No one has said that, and I actually would defer to my colleague from District 5 who actually has one of these policies and to describe how it actually works and how the community does work, the local law enforcement does work with federal law enforcement. Because I think that's an important issue that does need to be resolved. So I would defer to her on that issue.
May I have a follow-up? Senator, it also says this section on page 3, it says this section does not authorize law enforcement agency to detain an alien unlawfully present in the United States pursuant to the immigration detainer solely because the alien was witnessed or reported a crime. And in other words, there are certain protections, even if I'm going to use the language, and I don't mean to be offensive, but if an illegal alien reports a crime in good faith, that person is still protected. And local law enforcement isn't under any obligation to do any damage to that person by arresting unlawfully. Would you agree that's okay? That's on page 3.
Yeah, so what I know,
9.
I am not a law enforcement officer. You know, I'm a lawyer, but I don't practice in this area. What I know is that our local law enforcement, Manchester, Nashua, from your own district, your chief is saying that this is not good for our community.
He hasn't talked to me.
Well, he sent a letter to everyone. Everyone received it, right? Because of line 27, page 2, a law enforcement agency shall use best efforts to support the enforcement of federal immigration law. That's what we're talking about, federal immigration law.
Under
so they
cooperation.
are saying that that's not our job. We are not the federal government. If you have us enforce federal immigration law, you are going to take us away from those domestic violence incidents, from other community members that might need it. You are going to take us away from those priorities because you're mandating us to enforce federal immigration law. Shall use best efforts. And they're saying, you're going to impede the safety of our community because you're going to take us away from this. That's what the letter said.
May I ask one final question, if I may?
Up to the Senate President.
Thank you. So what happens if say, in Massachusetts, there's a whole host of individuals that are really, they don't like how they're being treated down there because they're not being met with enough services and they being legal, and they decide to migrate up into Nashua. What do? What happens if that $850 million scenario, if we get even 10% of that, what does that do to our local resources and feeding the kids and helping out people that are homeless and our veterans? What does that do to all those resources if we can't do something about it? All we're asking, and this is in the form of a question, under that same heading, that's under the cooperation with the federal law enforcement. Why can't we ask our local law enforcement to cooperate with them? Because if that scenario happens, we got a bigger price tag. We have sex trafficking, we have drug trafficking, we have other crimes, and we have resources of housing. We have the housing shortage. I know that you've spoken about housing shortages, and of course, feeding the kids, and this really just kind of interrupts what we're trying to manage already. And so, can you explain what we do if this happens, if this scenario happens where these people decide, hey, New Hampshire's a great place to live. Look at the crime rate. I'm heading there. What do we do?
I believe New Hampshire should be a welcoming community. I also believe that the creation of an enemy, the creation of other, the suggestion that immigrants, either undocumented or legal, are the ones increasing crime, they're the ones bringing fentanyl in, I think that's all misinformation. We're creating an enemy, and I don't believe they're an enemy. I think they add to the fabric and richness of our society and our state. That's what I believe. I also believe that this is not a zero-sum game. And if anyone believes it is, I think you're being led down a primrose path.
I really appreciate you taking my question.
This is not a zero-sum game. I believe in the humanity of every individual.
I do too.
I deeply believe that every individual deserves our respect, and that by creating fear-mongering and an enemy, we are dehumanizing this group of people.
Thank you, Senator.
Okay, just so that everyone knows where we are, we have 3 more people who have asked to ask questions, and we have 4 more people that have asked to speak. So if you want to continue on, you'll continue on. If not, you can be brief or tell us that you don't want to ask your question or speak. So right now, Senator Whitley, you're next up on the question list. She said no. Senator Birdsall, you're next up on the question list. Senator Ennis, you're next up on the question list. Okay. Senator Prentiss, you're next up on the speaking list.
And I'm going to take the opportunity. So I'll break the trend. And actually, thank you, Mr. President. And colleagues, I really said all I had to say last week about the great city that I live in, the decision that our voters made, and how our city operates, and it keeps being mischaracterized. And I really didn't want to talk about any of this today, but there is this continued, I think conflation might be the right word to use, between civil and criminal. So I just broke the Senate rules and texted my city manager, and with all due respect, Senator from District 22, we do not, if we had a criminal, a terrorist, a suspected terrorist, someone on the watch list, yes, if we did, I just talked to the city manager. We would not open the doors and send them out. And I would be happy to convene a conversation, but we're not going to harbor terrorists. So I just want to be clear about that. And that's all I really wanted to say. So and I'll say one more thing. I appreciate when reports come out of finance because it gives us another bite at the apple, and to have a healthy discussion and maybe to bring further clarification. And I didn't want to stand up today to, be disagreeable. Really, all I was going to say was that we do hold terrorists in Lebanon. We would not release somebody that is being actively sought for a crime, and terrorism specifically, and I did ask my city manager, so thank you.
I'll only talk as long as I can stand, so it won't be that long. The senator from 15, no, I'm fine. I can lean. It's not going to use any more resources. You were saying we're going to distract the police from their main function. We're not sending the police out to look for immigrant communities. We are only when they're in the line of arresting someone or they've arrested someone and there's already an existing detainer notice, which meant there's someone issued that there was probable cause to hold this person. Only when there's a detainer notice from Homeland, ICE, or someone else will we be. So the police are already arresting the person for doing something else, or they've stopped them. So it isn't in any training needed. They'd have to, even if you weren't turning them over to the feds, you'd still have to hold them. You'd still have to understand how to deal with them. So they should already have this training. Again, my police chief said he makes a phone call. He's had 3 or 4 illegals in his career, and he's made a phone call, and they've either decided it was a person worth taking in, or he's been told by the feds, no, that isn't someone we want to bring in. So again, my local police chiefs see things differently than in maybe more liberal cities. As far as I do have the welcoming ordinance from Hanover, somewhere I have the Lebanon one, and the Hanover one's in my hand, so I'll just stick with this one. Okay, I'm sorry, it's not your one. But they're very clear that the police officers shall, so if they had someone, they're not to cooperate with the feds. They're not to call them. They're not, so they have someone who's wanted on a watch list, could be a terror watch list, and they're told not to cooperate. This is in Hanover's. Again, I don't have yours right out handy. And then not only are they told not to cooperate with the feds, when they may have someone who could be on a watch list, they also are told that the police officer then knows that he could be sanctioned and possibly fired because there's a welcoming ordinance telling him not to cooperate with the feds. I think that makes New Hampshire less safe. And I want all these welcoming ordinances gone from New Hampshire. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Alto, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am struck because there's so much passion about prevention of becoming a magnet for immigration, because a couple of our communities have decided to become welcoming communities. And yet, just a few weeks ago, absolutely unconcerned about becoming a magnet for illegal gun trade when we couldn't pass universal background checks for private gun sales. Talk about being a magnet for a genuinely here and now problem, that this body can get so wound up about a border crisis for which we only saw 21 people illegally come over our border in 15 months. And we're wanting to prevent potential future violence. And yet we already have a real gun violence prevention problem. This is very deeply distressing, and I do hope that the disconnect can somehow be connected when we talk about real violence prevention in the future.
Senator, you had a question?
The good senator from 24 should take my question.
You take the question, Senator?
And I realize how you feel, Senator, about the northern border, so we won't get into that. But we've brought up before that we have other, just the south, we had the Brazilian in Rye, who was a mass murderer, who had killed 12. We had an arms dealer from Dover. We had the guy from Pittsburgh. It was his second time around smuggling in people. He had 10 years earlier done similar things. So it isn't like these problems don't exist. I think you're aware they exist, aren't you? Are you aware that there are real problems? We're not just stretching. I could come up with a lot more arrests for very serious offenses that we've done in New Hampshire.
Yeah, and we have a real gun violence problem here in New Hampshire when almost over 50% of the guns that are exchanged commercially in this state have no background check whatsoever. So we're really worried about 21 people coming over the border, and we're really worried about 4 or 5 towns being welcoming communities. So we really want to make sure that they don't do that, but we will do absolutely nothing about background checks. We will do nothing about 3-day waiting periods. I hope that we can see fit to do something in the future. Thank you, Senator.
Let's see, Senator Birdsell, you're recognized for a question.
Of the good senator from District 24?
Do you take the question, Senator?
Yes. Delighted.
Thank you for taking my question. You brought up the gun violence issue. Are you aware that a judge just made a ruling yesterday regarding illegal aliens are eligible to have weapons but with no background check, where citizens are eligible, are required to have background checks?
I have not heard that news. We know that in New Hampshire, anyone can buy a gun at any time, no matter what their status is, because we don't have universal background checks for the purchase of firearms here in New Hampshire.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Senator Avard, you're recognized for, no.
My question was just asked. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And the last speaker on the list is Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think once again, despite whatever position you hold, we've done our job here today. We've had a great discussion on the issue of illegal immigration. And there's a couple of points that I'd like to speak to. The first, really, and we've heard how the federal government is not doing its job. This is not new. I remember seeing videos, and I saw them recently, 2 very prominent politicians down in DC back in 2007 running for office and talking about the problems with the border. And nothing has been done. We have a federal delegation. What are they doing? Where are they? This is an important issue to the people of the state of New Hampshire. And we hear nothing. Nothing. So, Mr. President, I think like many people here in this chamber, I watch the evening news. In fact, I tend to read a lot of newspapers from around the country. And there's one issue that we really need to consider when we're talking about this. These mayors of these sanctuary cities, you know, Mr. President, I find it interesting we have this play on words. Welcoming cities. All cities are welcoming here in New Hampshire. But we're talking about cities that provide a place for a person who broke our law to come into our country so they can stay here. That's not a good way to start out. So I began to talk about the news, okay? You look at these mayors of these cities and they are perplexed. They don't know what to do with all these people. They can't take care of them. And what's even interesting is the people that are showing up at these press conferences that these mayors are holding. They are angry because they're seeing a diversion of resources that could have gone to them to help enrich their lives, now being diverted to help these people here. So the dynamics are already in play here. So what are we doing? We're trying to stop that from happening here. We want to take care of our individuals. I think about the money, Mr. President. And the senator from District 12 just this afternoon spoke about an elderly gentleman and the cost of his prescription drugs. Maybe if we took some of that money that we are giving to house, clothe, feed, do all these things for the illegal immigrants that are here, and gave it to the American citizens who need help, maybe after we do that and we take care of our own people, maybe we'll think about other folks. Mr. President, I had some legislation done because I really asked myself, are we asking too much here? Are we like, wait a minute, you know, we don't want people here, so on and so forth. Every member state of the European Union, they don't allow people just to walk in. Absolutely not. If you illegally enter their country, you're faced with two things: prison and fines. What do? We open the door. Our federal government doesn't enforce our laws, which bothers me, Mr. President, because they all swear an oath to uphold our laws. They're just ignoring them, and they're not doing their job. So what are we doing? We are trying to protect New Hampshire from what we see happening in other places. And I want to make the point, Mr. President, that New Hampshire welcomes legal immigrants. They enrich our communities. We're not talking about legal immigrants, so please do not mix these terms up. We are talking about the people that, if you watch the evening news like I do, that, you know, they come across the old border and they flash the peace sign. Or they're smiling as they're breaking the law because they know the federal government is not doing anything to stop them. They're just not doing anything. I just saw in the news, the federal government lost the paperwork of over 200,000 of these folks. They have no idea where they are. None. They're coming to our communities. Are they going to help our communities? What are they doing? We don't know, because we don't do the kind of background checks on these illegal immigrants that we do on people who want to come here. We like immigrants from countries that are going to enrich our country. But instead, what are we getting? We are getting trainloads of people that are being bussed up here. Venezuela, communist country, socialist. I will tell you, Mr. President, last semester I had a student. He was from Venezuela. And he sat there and he talked about how glorious it was in Venezuela under socialism. He didn't last very long, he left. But I would have loved to have asked him, well, if it's that great, why did you leave? But as an instructor, I felt uncomfortable asking a student that type of question. But we need to question. There's nothing wrong with doing that. And there's nothing wrong with asking the police to do their job to protect our communities. Great, you've established relationships with legal immigrants, people who have come here the right way and want to be a part of our communities. But we're talking about people here who are illegal. Just this morning, I saw a news report of a group of young Chinese men. We don't know why they're here. We don't bother to ask them the question. We just say, come on down. I feel like Bob Barker, come on down. Come into America. Go wherever you want. Do whatever you want. We don't care. But here in New Hampshire, we do care. We want legal immigrants to come here. We're trying to keep New Hampshire from experiencing what some of these other cities are experiencing. Oh, and by the way, and breaking our bank, too. We can't do this, Mr. President. It's overwhelming. And I'm hoping that if we have a positive vote here today, we can maybe send a message to our federal delegation and maybe down to Washington, D.C. and other states around the country that they need to stand up, they need to say no, we're going to enforce the law because our federal government is not doing it. Our job, our responsibility is to the people, the citizens of the state of New Hampshire. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. Again, to tell you what the situation is right now, we're ready to move into the voting mode, but one of our members is indisposed at the present time. She's okay. Okay. And then the question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 563 FN. I heard Senator Avard and a second from over Senator Abbott. Yes.
We're missing a few members.
We're in recess for 2 minutes. All right. I guess Senator Whitley is due to come back. All right, the situation that we're in right now, the question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on 563 FN. If you're in favor of the bill, you will vote yes. If you're against the bill, you will vote no. We have the full complement. We have a request for a roll call. And if you're ready for the question, the clerk will call the roll.
What do you mean? Okay. Senator Gendreau?
Yes.
Senator Lang? Yes. Senator Bradley?
Yes.
Senator Waters is excused. Senator Prentiss?
No.
Senator Innes?
Yes.
Senator Ward?
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi?
Yes.
Senator Fenton?
No.
Senator Chanley?
No.
Senator Avard?
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald?
No.
Senator Carson?
Yes.
Senator Whitley?
No.
Senator Murphy?
Yes.
Senator Pearl?
Yes.
Senator Susie?
No.
Senator Birdsell?
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro?
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka?
No.
Senator Abbas?
Yes.
Senator Gannon?
Yes.
Senator Altschiller?
No.
And Senator Gray?
Yes.
14-9.
The vote is 14-9 in favor. The bill is ordered to third reading. Okay. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 584 FN, an act relative to the application of utility property tax to certain renewable electric generating facilities and relative to communication service tax revenues. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be referred to interim study by a vote of 7-0. Senator Innes.
Senator Ennis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I can assure you the discussion ensuing from this bill introduction will be less. And I move, indeed, that Senate Bill 584 FN be referred to interim study. This bill would exempt certain electric generating facility properties from the utility property tax. In addition, it would not subject these electric generating facility properties to the statewide education property tax while making payments in lieu of taxes. Senate Bill 584 FN would direct 50% of the communications services tax from the general fund to the education trust fund. Given the many complexities and uncertainties surrounding school funding at this time, the Senate Finance Committee unanimously recommends Senate Bill 584 FN be referred to interim study, and we ask for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. The motion is to refer to interim study. Is there any discussion? Not seeing any. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of refer to interim study on Senate Bill 584 FN. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. It is referred to interim study. And we will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 591 FNA, an act modifying definitions, claim procedures, and funding relating to the Youth Development Center's Settlement Fund and Claims Administration. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 7-0. Senator D'Alessandro for the committee.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I must say that before I talk about the bill, I want to commend the Senate President for his work, Senator Rosenwald for her work, because without that cooperation, without bringing people together, and this was a real together effort, it wouldn't have happened. And it has tremendous meaning for the state of New Hampshire as we move forward. I move Senate Bill 591 FNA ought to pass with amendment. This bill amends RSA 21-M:11A, which establishes a Youth Development Center Claims Administration and Settlement Fund. The bill expands the scope of conduct covered under the administrative process. SB 591 FNA increases the caps on settlement awards from the fund while providing the administrator discretion to award settlements in installment payments. Finally, the bill makes changes to the administrative process designed to speed up the process. The amendment sets the appropriation at $60 million for the biennium ending June 30th, 2025. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of SB 591 FNA as amended and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is on second reading. First order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none. The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The amendment bill is still on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Seeing none. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 591 FNA. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and the bill is ordered to third reading. And the Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 595 FN, an act relative to the rates for poll attachments. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 7-0. Senator Pearl for the committee.
Senator Pearl.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 595 FN ought to pass. This bill authorizes the Department of Energy to develop a poll attachment formula for use by the Public Utilities Commission when either reviewing or setting rates for poll attachments. The department shall ensure the formula does not discriminate among or against anyone attaching entity, including the utility, and that it adequately compensates the utility for the portion of its costs of owning, maintaining, and operating poles arising from a pole attachment, and that the resulting rates will be just and reasonable. The PUC shall conduct formal rulemaking to incorporate the formula into its rules and adopt rules for accelerated dispute resolution. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 595 SN and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing none. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 595 FN. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and the bill is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 602 FNA, an act making an appropriation to the University System of New Hampshire and Community College System of New Hampshire for marketing hospitality management programs. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be referred to interim study by a vote of 5-2. Senator Rosenwald for the committee.
Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 602 FNA be referred to interim study. This bill sought to appropriate $25,000 in fiscal year 2025 to both the university system and the community college system. The money would be allocated to departments within each institution that offer hospitality management and other related programs for appropriate marketing and promotional initiatives. A majority of the Senate Finance Committee believe that the cost for such proposal should be borne by institutions themselves rather than by a general fund appropriation. So the committee recommends SB 602 FNA be referred to interim study and asks for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. The motion is to refer to interim study. Is there any discussion? Seeing none. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation to refer to interim study. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and the motion to refer to interim study is adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 603 FN, an act relative to telephone number and area code conservation. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 7-0. Senator Birdsell for the committee.
Senator Birdsell.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is my last one. Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 603 FN ought to pass. This bill updates the authority of the Department of Energy to promote and adopt telephone number conservation measures to the maximum extent allowed by federal law for area code 603. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 603 FN and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 603 FN. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and the bill is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 604 FNA, an act providing a death benefit for the New Hampshire Hospital security officer killed in the line of duty. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 7-0. Senator D'Alessandro for the committee.
Senator D'Alessandro. Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 604 FNA ought to pass. This bill appropriates $100,000 from the general fund for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2024, to the beneficiaries of Bradley Haas, a Department of Safety security officer for New Hampshire Hospital. Officer Haas was shot and killed while on duty at New Hampshire Hospital on November 17th, 2023. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 604 FNA and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 604 FNA. We have a request for a roll call by Senator Avard, seconded by Senator Rosenwald. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Gendrew.
Yes.
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 Prentiss.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
Yes.
Senator Chanley.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
Yes.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Coca.
Yes.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altshuler.
Yes.
And Senator Gray.
Yes.
23.
The ayes have it, 23-0. And the bill is ordered to third reading. Okay. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Health and Human Services, to which was referred Senate Bill 302, an act adding the additional exemption from the regulation of physicians and surgeons. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 5-0. Senator Avard for the committee.
Senator Avard.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move SB 302 ought to pass. This is a bill that my colleague here has put forward for a national resident, and I fully support it. This bill basically exempts from RSA 329-21, who is a licensed, well, let me do that again. 302 exempts a physician from RSA 329-21 who is licensed in another state, providing care to a patient in New Hampshire when there is a physician-patient relationship already established in physician's home state of licensing. Within person examinations conducted by the physician at intervals appropriate for the patient and the patient's medical conditions, at least annually. SB 302 improves patients' access to care by making it easier for New Hampshire patients to have telehealth appointments with physicians located in other states, breaking down barriers to care. Currently in New Hampshire, residents have to drive to a parking lot just to go over the border, or municipality and libraries in Massachusetts just to have a regular follow-up telehealth appointment with their providers in Boston. And this is unacceptable. So a broad coalition of stakeholders, including New Hampshire Medical Society, Office of Professional Licensure and Certification of the Departments of Justice, all agree that this change is the easiest way to help patients get access to their care. For these reasons, the Senate and Health and Human Services Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass SB 302. Thank you, Mr. President.
The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Senator Rosenwald, you recognize to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Be brief. Thank you to my colleague from District 12. I rise in support also of this bill. The intent of it is to make it easier for our patients to have telehealth appointments with their physicians who are located in other states. Technology doesn't stop at the border. And so this bill just exempts a very narrow carve-out from out-of-state physicians needing to be licensed here when they have already established relationships with the patient in their home state of licensing. And they have to see them at least once a year. This way, people can have video telehealth or telephone appointments with their doctors who practice in other states from the comfort at home without having to drive to a parking lot and sit in their car. It's a common sense bill, and I hope we can all support it. Thank you.
Senator Birdsall, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Of the good senator from District 13.
Do you take the question, Senator?
Thank you for taking my question. I just want to make sure that if a physician is treating someone through telemedicine, they can't prescribe anything that's not allowed in New Hampshire, for instance, assisted suicide.
Thank you for the question. You're absolutely correct. Any out-of-state physician would have to follow New Hampshire's laws. And on the specific case you mentioned of assisted suicide, that physician who unwisely tried to do that would be possibly facing a homicide charge under RSA 630:4.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senators. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 302. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and the bill is ordered to third reading.
The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred Senate Bill 357, an act relative to expanding the definition of providers who certify patients of therapeutic cannabis program. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 4-1. Senator Whitley for the committee.
Senator Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 357 ought to pass with amendment. As introduced, this bill expands the definition of provider under the therapeutic cannabis program to include any individual licensed in New Hampshire to prescribe drugs to humans who hold an active registration from the United States Drug Enforcement Administration to prescribe controlled substances. This bill also requires, for issuance of a registry identification card to a minor, certification from 2 providers, one of whom shall provide pediatric care. The committee amendment would clarify that the provider needs to be licensed to prescribe and primarily responsible for the patient's care. Senate Bill 357, which is supported by the Therapeutic Cannabis Medical Oversight Board, would create an improved process for patients to get certified for the therapeutic cannabis program. As it stands now, only a handful of providers may certify patients, and this bill simply seeks to expand access to care by enabling patients to receive alternative treatment methods for their conditions. For these reasons, a majority of the Senate Judiciary Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass with amendment on Senate Bill 357. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Whitley. The bill is on second reading. First order of business is the committee amendment. Any discussion on the committee amendment? Committee amendment or?
Well, no, committee amendments start. I'll be very brief because I know I'm in a minority. Thank you, Mr. President. I have a problem with this. And I like the idea of the therapeutic cannabis. If you have cancer, you have something, a lot of things I can take empathy, which I'm known for. Maybe I'm not. But I've always wanted it treated, I've always wanted this treated the same. So you're going to a doctor or some type of medical personnel, and you're asking them to prescribe, which they can't do, a Schedule I drug. So they send you, if they were giving me a regular drug, they'd have to say it's so many milligrams, so strong. But we're sending someone to a therapeutic cannabis dispensary, and the client can decide their dosage. Boy, when I have pain with my legs sometimes, I'd love to say I want double the dose of gabagoblin, which kills pain. But you can't do that because it's treated like a drug. I just don't like the fact that therapeutic cannabis, in the concentration levels, you could buy up to 100%, which would knock you through the window, and you, the client, get to do it. It's not done by medical personnel. I won't be happy until therapeutic cannabis, which was the way it was introduced to us 8 years ago, that it would be treated like a medicine. So until we get to the point where you go somewhere and get it treated with a dosage requirement, the doctor shouldn't be able to just send you to a dispensary and leave you there in what could be untrained hands, letting you buy whatever dosage amount you like. Just don't like it. So now to expand that program that I think is faulty, I have problems with. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gannon. Is there any further discussion? The first order of business is the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the committee amendment, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Nay. The ayes have it. And the committee amendment is adopted. The question now is on ought to pass as amended. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Nay. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted. Senate Bill 357 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred Senate Bill 358 FN, an act relative to invalidating out-of-state driver's license issued to undocumented immigrants. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 3-2. Senator Gannon for the committee.
Senator Gannon.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 358 FN ought to pass. This bill will invalidate driver's licenses issued to undocumented immigrants by other states. It is no secret that the federal government has failed us on the border. We don't need to go into that anymore. Its core, this is about a public safety policy. We want to prevent those who enter our country illegally from driving in New Hampshire and keep our citizens safe. The issuance of a driver's license to undocumented immigrants also opens the door for them to vote. By invalidating driver's licenses issued to undocumented immigrants, we take another step to ensuring the integrity of our elections here in New Hampshire, as well as keeping our state, and roads safe. For these reasons, a majority of Judiciary asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass on 358 FN. Thank you, Mr. President. If I could speak briefly.
You may continue.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we all know, our country does have an open border crisis. Thousands of people are streaming into the country every day. They're not vetted. We have very little idea who these individuals are, or where they're from, or what their lives were like in these other countries. What While it is against New Hampshire state law for illegal aliens to have driver's licenses, 19 other states have started to allow illegal aliens to get driver's licenses. Further research has shown that while some states make it clear that the license is for illegal aliens, more and more states, like Massachusetts, are giving them a regular driver's license indistinguishable from one a citizen would get. At the hearing, there was a concern that these IDs could be used for elections to allow illegal aliens to vote. This would be a huge problem. We allow same registration, day registration here, and the most common form of ID is a driver's license. An individual can just sign up, say they're a U.S. citizen, and then be allowed to vote. I asked in my hometown on election day, I said if I showed up with a Massachusetts license that I just recently moved to 15 Main Street, would you let me vote? They said yes, we would. Our colleagues on the other side of the aisle claimed this was not a concern, that this was not happening anywhere. Our nation's capital, though, Washington, for example, they're already trying to allow illegal aliens to vote in their local elections. In Pennsylvania, when you receive a driver's license now, you're automatically registered to vote. We need to ensure this does not happen in New Hampshire. We can't support or allow policies that encourage illegal immigration to our state. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gannon. Bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Senator Chandler, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the ought-to-pass motion on SB 358. This is a highly unusual bill in that it doesn't actually originate with actions in New Hampshire. It invalidates the actions of another state. The state of New Hampshire does not issue driver's licenses to undocumented residents, but many states across the country do allow unauthorized immigrants to obtain driver's licenses. They have their processes, they vet people the way they wish, they offer tests, they may issue insurance, but that is outside our state. We in New Hampshire do not issue driver's licenses to undocumented immigrants. SB 358 would have New Hampshire unilaterally make the decision to invalidate the driver's licenses legally authorized by other states. It would say that we do not recognize the ability of those states to issue a license to those people whom they decide qualify. This invalidation is extreme. We as a state participate in the Interstate Driver License Compact. It's an agreement between most states. This compact allows us to share important information regarding DUI and other vehicular violations of law. That makes us all safer. This compact only works if there is reciprocity. I am concerned that this bill, we may be upending the whole point of the compact. We are saying that we do not trust the authority of those other states, but we still expect them to trust ours. This bill may well have the unintended consequence of unduly burdening interstate commerce. For example, what comes immediately to my mind is the issue of rental cars and more broadly tourism. A person who with a legal license goes to another state, is issued a rental car, and is driving through New England, touring New England, we will now say, if that person is pulled over for any reason, your license might be invalid. We're going to invalidate it. What position does that then create? I don't know. I don't know, but I do believe it unduly burdens the commerce that is conducted between states. And, this bill, as the fiscal note states, provides neither authorization nor appropriation for new personnel at the Department of Safety. But in order to enact these changes, the department clearly states they would need personnel to run this program and that there may be additional costs in fiscal year 2025. We cannot, as a body, continue to ask more of our law enforcement officers without providing them the funding they need. as SB 358 will not make us safer. Passing bills such as this further undermine the hard-earned relationships that our law enforcement officers and our immigrant communities have worked to build. This bill would require law enforcement officers to ask individuals for further documentation of their residency in order to enforce this law. I'm completely perplexed as to how an officer would determine which licensees to ask for further documentation. As the senator from District 23 said, not all licenses provided to those who are here undocumented state that on the license. So on what basis would an officer decide to ask for proof of citizenship so that that officer might invalidate, or the state of New Hampshire might invalidate that license? Are we going to require law enforcement officers to ask every individual who has an out-of-state license for further documentation proving that they are legally here, which is not the same as being a citizen? So we have at least three categories: people who are here unauthorized, people who are here legally, and people who are citizens. I think it's an incredibly complex burden that we're putting upon our law enforcement officers. I don't want to belabor that point, but I did listen this morning to NHPR, where Chief Hobecki from Hollis was talking about the benefits of licensing undocumented folks. And I'm not here to argue that. What I'm saying is that he was talking about I think I can take from his comments that when we try to invalidate other states' works, we are putting a tremendous burden on our law enforcement professionals. And finally, I just need to talk about the idea of election fraud. I think that is a completely, I think it's not a problem with regard to these licenses, because the first thing in our laws, what it says you need to provide is that you are 18 years of age. It also says that you need to you need to be 18 years of age, you need to be a U.S. citizen, and you need to be domiciled in the state of New Hampshire. Now, in order to prove that you are those three things, there are a few items you can use. You can, proof of citizenship might be a birth certificate, a passport, naturalization papers, a qualified voter signed affidavit, or a sworn statement. That is how we determine whether you are a citizen. A driver's license is not at all proof of citizenship. Now, if you need to prove that you are domiciled here, you can use your driver's license. When it is a New Hampshire driver's license, any state legal identification card can be used, but it has to be a New Hampshire driver's license that has your address on it. So a driver's license issued to an undocumented person, an undocumented immigrant in another state, will not be used to defraud our elections. So please join me in voting down this bill. I ask you to not support the ought to pass. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Chandley. Senator Prentiss for a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I have a question of my colleague from District 11. And so is it your position that passing this law could be a material change to the driver's license compact that New Hampshire is currently in?
Yes, and in fact, the last paragraph of this bill specifically addresses it.
Okay. So, follow-up? Thank you. And I heard So thank you for bringing forward, fiscal note information from the Department of Safety. Imagine there was the Division of Motor Vehicles. But I didn't see anything in the hearing report that they spoke. I didn't see anything about that or the interstate compact consideration in there. So has this been vetted at all as to the position it could put us in?
Thank you very much. No, in fact, I believe there were only 2 speakers at the public hearing. I could be wrong, it might have been slightly more, but we did not delve deeply into this issue. And I think it's one, again, we talk about unintended consequences, and I think there are very serious unintended consequences.
Thank you very much for taking my questions.
You're welcome.
Senator Gray for a question.
Yes, for the senator from District 11. Senator, I have a problem with parts of your statement because there's actually 4 things that you need to prove because not only do we have citizenship, age, and domicile, we have identity, okay? And the law states that unless you prove identity, then you can't really use any of those other documents to prove any of those other things. How now, if you're accepting those licenses, are you going to use that license or anything else to prove citizenship, domicile, or anything else?
I believe that my point is that you would not use that license in the state of New Hampshire for any of those reasons.
Follow up? But the state laws say that you need to use the license to prove your identity, or at least one of the things that you can use to prove your identity.
For voting. You're saying for voting?
Yeah.
It is not one of the, it is not listed as far as, and I recognize that you are the chair of election law and municipal affairs, so I know that you know well. The other documents that you'll use would prove your identity. I don't see that an out-of-state license that is that does not have your address would be useful.
Just a quick follow-up. I believe that the state law actually says, not in the same section as proving citizenship, etc., but it does in a later section actually talk about that you need to prove identity before you can actually use any record to prove age, to prove citizenship, to prove domicile. Again, I don't see how you square that.
Thank you.
Well, now, I have 2 more questions and 1 speaking. Senator Gannon?
Senator from 11, my friend. So just explain to me, because I'm a little confused. So if you came here as an undocumented migrant, or whatever term you want to use, you can't get a license, correct, in New Hampshire?
In New Hampshire, yes.
Okay. But if I then decided to go to, I'm the same person, I go to Massachusetts, I get a license, so that first person can't drive here. But if they go to Lowell and live there, they can drive on our roads. Same person, he decides to go to a different place, he can then drive on our roads. He may not have any, they might not even be able to read the signs, and so you're gonna give them a license. I just have a problem, well, forget my sign comment, but it bothers me that you can come to New Hampshire, you can't get a license, you go to Massachusetts, now you get to drive on New Hampshire roads.
Yes, because the person who has gotten the license in Massachusetts is licensed by the state of Massachusetts, not by New Hampshire. We do not, under no other circumstances that I am aware of, do we invalidate the license that is duly issued by another state. Someone in another state may not meet our criteria, perhaps, may not undergo this. We have different criteria for, and different states have different criteria for getting to the point where you get a license. We nevertheless recognize those licenses.
So can I follow up just really
Sure.
quick? So if that person who doesn't qualify for New Hampshire license can't drive on our roads, if they happen to then go down to Lowell the next day, move there, then they can come back and drive on our roads. The same person that we denied the day before.
That can happen with many situations.
Okay.
People do not move generally, I don't believe, that people move based on where they're getting a license. A person who attempts to get a license here in New Hampshire and is told, you don't qualify, you failed your driving test, you need to do more, you need to take a written test, whatever. That person doesn't then the next day move to another city or another state.
Thank you, Senator. I'm all set. Thank you.
Senator Whitley for a question.
Finish what you were saying. Okay. Okay, so Senator, my first question, and I have two if it's okay. My first question is, if someone does have a license and they are an undocumented individual, does it say on their license that they are undocumented?
Different states handle that differently. Some do, some do not. And that is the point I was trying to make when I say, how do we determine those people from whom we will require additional information?
Okay. Follow up, if I may. So if we are now saying, oh, doesn't matter, it's invalidated, how is a poll worker who is, retired and just helping out, how is someone who is at the rental car place just working there, how is someone, a bartender at Murphy's Tap Room, how are they going to know?
That is entirely the point. I do not think that we can invalidate the license of another state. Now, again, people can choose. Private businesses may make determinations. I don't know how they handle carding for ID and such. But on what basis would you then ask for further proof of your citizenship or legal entry into the United States so that you may validate or invalidate that license? I do not know.
Okay, follow up? Mm-hmm. So under this law, does that mean that all of our local municipalities, all our poll workers are going to have to run license, that all of our rental companies are going to have to run license, all of our bartenders, they're going to have to run license? Through what?
Yeah, I think it's incredibly difficult. I don't think this bill is appropriate. I disagree with it on many levels, and one is I just don't see the problem it is intending to solve. If you'll allow me to just mention that, I remember the very first day that I first came to the House, and we had training, and I remember so clearly the training. There were two questions we were told to ask when looking at any bill. What is the problem that this bill attempts to solve? And secondly, does this bill provide resolution? For the life of me, I do not think that I can identify clearly what the problem is, but I certainly can say that any of the problems created are not resolved by this bill.
Thank you.
Further discussion. Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think we've had some important questions brought up this morning. My good friend from District 11 is right. We didn't hear from the Department of Safety on this particular issue, but we did have a number of people come, so it was more than two. Most of the people came, they were against it for a variety of different reasons, but I feel we had a lot of testimony. So I reached out to the Department of Safety, and I was concerned about this interstate drivers compact because you want to make sure you don't want to do anything that's going to invalidate them. So I received this document, and if you were to look at this, it basically speaks to people from other states who have broken the law in those states. It could be somebody who had a ton of parking tickets, or traffic citations, or something that is connected with their license. Because what they want to not happen is for someone to break the law in that state, lose their license or have it suspended, and then travel to an adjoining state and get a license. No. And in fact, a few years ago, I had a constituent who was coming from California, and he had a lot of parking tickets and traffic citations, and they wouldn't give him a driver's license in New Hampshire. Said absolutely not. You got to clean up that mess in California, pay those fines, and when that's done, we'll talk about you getting a New Hampshire's driver's license. And that's basically what this compact speaks to. But we've had some questions about the applicability of the laws of other states. So I just want to bring this out, and I'll read it, Mr. President. It says, except as expressly required by provisions of this compact, nothing herein shall be construed to affect the right of any state party to, any party state meaning party to the compact, to apply any of its other laws related to license to drive to any person or circumstance, nor to invalidate or prevent any driver license agreement or other cooperative arrangement between a party state and a non-party state. So I think we're on good ground here, Mr. President. We are not violating the compact. We are creating our own laws. And I'd also like to point out, Mr. President, on our consent calendar, Senate Bill 501 coming out of Judiciary, which speaks to relative to driver's license for non-citizens residing in New Hampshire. Legal citizens, they want to get a driver's license, we got a process for them to follow in order to do that. But the problem with illegal immigrants, undocumented immigrants, they come with no papers. They don't come with a birth certificate. They don't have any of those things. We don't know if they had a valid driver's license in the place they came from. We have no clue. So once again, we are trying to protect New Hampshire motorists on our roads. And I also had some research done on driver's licenses. And Mr. President, quite frankly, I was a little shocked that so many states are issuing these licenses and you can't distinguish them between a citizen who followed the rules and got the driver's license versus someone who's an illegal immigrant. How do you know? How do you know? Shouldn't anyone applying for a driver's license be subject to the same steps we all have to go through? I think that's important. Now, if the federal government wants to be responsible for them, please go ahead and issue a license. So if somebody gets killed, like that little boy who was killed, I can't remember which state it was, by an illegal immigrant who was going the wrong way down a state highway, hit the car, he was seriously injured, he was in the hospital for months, and then he passed away. I don't want that to happen here. I don't want to have to face that parent, Mr. President, and say, yeah, I'm sorry, you know, we could have fixed it, we could have done something, but we didn't do anything. They don't have a right. The state gives the right to drive. And that means we control how that is done. And if we do not want to honor these driver's licenses from out of state, so be it. We're here, we're going to take a vote. But I was just shocked, Mr. President, when I saw a Massachusetts driver's license. Not one difference. Not one difference. And there's nothing to stop that person from coming to New Hampshire, deciding to live here with a Massachusetts license, and going to our polls to vote. We can't do that. We just can't. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. Senator Whitley to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition of this bill. I just want to be clear. No one is saying that our laws shouldn't apply to anyone who comes into our state. That's not what we're talking about here. That's not what we're talking about at all. What we're talking about in this particular legislation, as we have talked about, it's clearly like it's going to be impossible to enforce. I don't know why we're passing something, unless it's a political statement, that's impossible to enforce, right? And also a very questionable legal merit. I mean, there's an honest legal question about whether this is even permissible. Why are we doing this today? We know from the fiscal note, it's going to cost the state resources. Again, we don't have. We just had a whole conversation in the previous bill on a similar topic about how little resources we have. So we're going to burden our state police. We're going to burden our local municipalities even more. What this bill will cost the state resources to enforce this new law. It will also raise the risk of racial and ethnic profiling. Because again, how are we going to know? How are we going to know? And will only increase the fear of law enforcement within our immigrant communities. And we know that because they have told us. And we need to listen to them. This bill will do absolutely nothing to increase public safety or road safety, but is instead a thinly veiled attempt to unjustly target our immigrant community. Immigrants are a key part of our New Hampshire community, and like many of us, need to be able to move freely and care for their families without fear of arrest or racial profiling. If they enter New Hampshire with a driver's license that is valid in another state, then they deserve the ability to move freely. Our law enforcement officers should instead focus on reckless driving, which is an actual serious safety problem. Again, this type of legislation will only harm our economy and damage our state reputation and our relationship with our immigrant community. It has real ramifications here. Political statements like this, legislation like this, has real ramifications. Let's talk about our economy. Many people visit New Hampshire for a variety of purposes that are absolutely beneficial. We want them to come and spend money, right? Visitors to New Hampshire are essential to our economy and a huge part of our quality of life. Out-of-state visitors, including non-citizens, engage in tax-free shopping, employment, education opportunities, visit with family and friends, engage in recreational activities. And we're saying, don't come here. Not in New Hampshire. These visitors will now get the message that they are not welcome in New Hampshire and that they may be at risk of arrest by local or state authorities and then subsequent seizure by immigration officials. They will take their business and they will go elsewhere. Again, Granite Staters have made it clear time and time again, they don't want legislation like this. They want us to work together to solve problems. Let's go back to solving problems. I ask my colleagues to vote against the pending motion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Whitley. Senator Abbas to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief. I rise in support of the committee's recommendation of ought to pass. And to my friends in the immigrant community that are here legally, this will not have any impact on you whatsoever. This only applies to undocumented immigrants, which are illegal immigrants. That's who this will impact. The lawful immigrants, there is a process for people here legally to get a driver's license. So this is, again, only for the illegal immigrants. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. Senator Carson to speak.
Mr. President, there's just a couple of points I want to make. Mr. President, this is the New Hampshire State Senate. We are all elected individuals. We make political statements in this body all the time. So to hear that we are making political statements, I mean, if we're going to do some finger pointing, you know, we can talk about that. But we make political statements all the time. But the statements that we're making are not done just for politics. This is about public safety, that our citizens that are out there driving on our roads know that people have gotten their license legally, that they've passed tests, they've established who they are. That's what they want to know. And oh, by the way, how are we going to enforce it? Unfortunately, when there's been something that happened, whether there's some sort of accident, that's when we're going to find out. We need to do this, Mr. President, and really to make that statement that said, we don't want you driving on our roads. Make the distinction between legal and illegal immigrants. We have a process for legal immigrants to drive. We're not going to give illegals a license, and we don't want illegal immigrants driving on our roads. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. The question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass. I believe there is no further discussion. Yeah, so he's left for the day? Okay. So Senator D'Alessandro is excused for the remainder of the day. Roll call has been requested. Seconded by Senator Carson. The clerk will please call the roll.
Senator Gendrew.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Waters is excused. Senator Prentiss.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator Chanley.
No.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
No.
Senator Bertzel.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro is excused. Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
And Senator Bradley.
Yes.
14-8.
The ayes have it 14-8. Senate Bill 358 is ordered to the Committee on Finance. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred Senate Bill 569 FN, an act relative to the powers and duties of the Attorney General at the State Attorney. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 3-2. Senator Abbas for the committee.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move SB 569FN, inexpedient to legislate. This bill would have provided subpoena powers to the Attorney General to enforce civil rights laws. This bill significantly expands the authority of the Attorney General's office by giving the Civil Rights Unit power similar to those that are given to the Consumer Protection Bureau. However, simply because one unit is given this authority does not warrant its expansion to another. The powers granted from this legislation would allow the Civil Rights Unit to compel statements under oath and in writing and demand subjects of an investigation to surrender property. All of this is permitted to occur without a filed lawsuit or pending civil litigation. For these reasons, a majority of the Judiciary Committee asks for your support on the motion of inexpedient to legislate Senate Bill 569-FN. Thank you, Mr. President. If I may speak to the motion.
You wish to continue?
Yes.
Please.
I was brought to my attention during the public hearing that this authority exists for the Attorney General and other provisions of the law, which got me thinking, I'm not even clear that it's appropriate there. You can literally be forced to surrender your property to the government. You can be forced to give statements. It's a civil case, so you can't really. You can try pleading the fifth, but at the same time, it's a civil case. No lawsuit's been filed, so as an individual, you don't have that same luxury in return to subpoena information or to send discovery requests or get information of your own. I've litigated federal civil rights cases. I know it's the federal law, but when you litigate that, there is pending litigation. It's both ways. It's an exchange of information. This is one way. And then that information that you do get, because it can happen if it's, if they have reason to believe that it's, an urgent matter, they can actually come right away and not even give you a time period to even consult with an attorney to access your whatever property that's yours, which could be your computer if they think there's a civil rights violation. That's not defending the conduct that they're accused of. It's just the procedure in which they're going about is very, very, very intrusive on individual liberties. To surrender one's property, I think the Fourth Amendment is very clear on this. I think this is really an authority that I wouldn't trust giving to the Attorney General or anyone for that matter, especially when that exchange of information is not reciprocal. If there's a feeling of any claim, there should be a claim filed, which the Attorney General does have the authority to do. At that point, I think it would be a better policy. But at this point, I cannot support this. So please join me supporting the committee's recommendation of any expedient to legislate. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. The questions on adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. Senator Whitley.
I rise in opposition to the ITL motion, and I'm actually sort of confused about why we're even here. This bill was requested by the Attorney General Civil Rights Unit. It was a cleanup bill, and so I'm unclear why we were at this position. So just to be clear, presently the Civil Rights Unit of the Attorney General's office is hamstrung to complete its statutory duty. And what is their statutory duty? To investigate and enforce New Hampshire's law against discrimination and the Civil Rights Act. It's an important function because, as we know, all New Hampshire citizens, visitors, they have civil rights that need to be enforced. Civil rights are our basic rights and freedoms guaranteed by law. We're the live free or die state, care about freedom. There are many, many federal and state laws that protect civil rights, including the right to non-discriminatory treatment and the right to be free from biased, motivated violence. The Civil Rights Unit at the New Hampshire Attorney General's office primarily enforces these rights and serves a very important role in our state, particularly as we have seen the rise of hate crimes around the state, unfortunately. Yet right now, the Civil Rights Unit must rely upon the support of local law enforcement agencies to investigate violations of the Civil Rights Act and perhaps the voluntary cooperation of businesses or entities accused of violating the law against discrimination to complete its investigations. This legislation would merely provide the Attorney General's office with enforceable tools to compel cooperation with its investigations into, again, violations of our civil rights. Under current law, the Civil Rights Unit lacks the capacity to ensure that those accused of having violated the civil rights of others cooperate with its investigation. How are they supposed to do their statutory job? This limits their ability to fully investigate and even vet the allegations contained in complaints it received. This legislation would also have provided an enforcement mechanism for individuals or entities that refuse to comply with subpoenas. So I want to be very clear here. Again, this is a cleanup because the Attorney General already has this authority, but they just have it for other laws. So this authority that we're trying to clean up in this bill is entirely consistent with the Attorney General's existing authority under the Consumer Protection Act. And there was a suggestion by my friend from District 22 that there is a Fourth Amendment violation. So he's saying that there's a Fourth Amendment violation when they're exercising their current authority under the Consumer Protection Act. I think that's a stretch. And again, our Consumer Protection Act is our state's charitable trust laws. And other areas where the Attorney General has enforcement authority, they already have this. But failure to pass this legislation means that the Attorney General will have heightened authority to conduct an investigation into violations of the Consumer Protection Act, but it will not have that authority to investigate complaints of actual or threatened physical violence, property damage, property trespasses that was motivated by race, color, religion, national origin, ancestry, sexual orientation, gender identity, or disability. How does that make sense? Nor will they have the same authority they do to investigate complaints of discrimination in employment, housing, places of public accommodation based on age, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, race, color, marital status, family status, physical or mental disability, religion, or national origin. That makes no sense to me. Failure to pass this legislation will send a clear message that this body does not value the civil rights of Granite Staters. I urge my colleagues to vote no on the pending motion, so that I might offer an alternative motion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Whitley. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Seeing no further discussion, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. If you're in favor of the motion, you would vote aye. If you are opposed, no. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The motion of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 569 is adopted. The Senate will be attentive, please, to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred, Senate Bill 576, an act relative to reporting the death of voters. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3-2. Senator Abbas for the committee.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. President. 576. A little lost in my paperwork, Mr. President. I apologize. Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 576 ought to pass with amendment. This bill requires the executor of an estate to inform the town or city clerk of the death of a voter. The committee amendment clarifies that the executor of an estate is required to provide an official notice of death within 30 days of their appointment. This bill will expedite the process of receiving notification of death for the supervisors of the checklist. This will help keep our voter rolls clean and, by extension, our elections secure. Providing a notice of death to the town or city when someone has passed away is a fair expectation of the executor of an estate, especially when it aids in maintaining the integrity of our electoral process. For these reasons, a majority of the Judiciary Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass with amendment on Senate Bill 576. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. The bill is on second reading. First order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Open to further amendment or discussion. Is there discussion? Senator Chandler.
I rise in opposition to the ought to pass motion on SB 576. I'm going to just mention very briefly again, I approach my bills the way I was taught to approach them, at least initially, and that is, what is the problem, and does this bill provide a solution to the problem? And with regard to the first question, SB 576 seems to be a solution in search of a problem, because I do not think we in fact have a problem here. And why? Why do I not believe there is a problem? Because the Deputy Secretary of State testified that state deaths are recorded with the Division of Vital Records, and that information is passed on to the supervisors of the checklist. And she further stated that this information transfer will become even easier in the future as New Hampshire's statewide voter registration system is up and running this spring. Furthermore, the Deputy Secretary of State raised concerns about how the Secretary of State would notify executors of their responsibility and what would actually satisfy the duty to notify. This, in fact, would really be a tremendous burden on folks who are executors of people who died in New Hampshire when the executor may live out of state. In addition, and most perhaps importantly, this requires people who are in the depths of their grief to figure out how to fulfill a mandate that is unclear and unnecessary. And I say unclear and unnecessary based on the testimony that we received. The prime sponsor has stated that there is neither a timeline by which to comply nor a penalty for those who don't. So what is the point? Leads me back to my first questions. Does this solve a problem? What is the problem, and does it solve the problem? If this is just something we're putting out into the ether without any teeth behind it, how effective is it? Again, I just ask, what is the problem? How do we solve it? And I want to make one final point, and that is that often the executor of a state is a close relative, a spouse, a child, a parent, who is dealing with the death of a loved one. And there are a lot of responsibilities. How is that person to know that he or she has to then contact the Secretary of State's office? Now, I also looked at other states, and most states are I could not find anything similar to, that is the same as this legislation. The closest we came is in areas where it is permissive. And I know I've heard that people sometimes do that, especially if you live in the same town, you let the supervisor of the checklist know, perhaps with a written statement or something saying that someone had passed away. No one else is doing this. It is not solving a problem. It is not a good solution. Please join me in rejecting the ought to pass motion. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Chandley. Senator Abbas?
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to clarify some of the issues that were raised. The amendment that we just adopted actually clarifies the time period in which that the executor would have to actually notify the town clerk. There were some concerns expressed over the type of notice, because the original draft just said notice, which apparently was too vague. I thought that might have been easier in the sense that, a certified letter would have been, good enough. But because people want to know the exact type of notice, we used the notice of death, which was the language under existing law, to make it very clear the type of notice to provide. I understand that the issues that an executive in a state has to go through. There's a lot of responsibilities. They have to oversee the transfer of assets, whether it's real estate, bank accounts. There's liabilities that have to be dealt with, and a lot of financial obligations that need to be addressed. I would say out of the responsibilities that an executive of the estate has, respectfully, this might be one of the easiest that they have to do. They're simply providing a notice to the town clerk. And I understand for in-state deaths, this is actually already done. Unfortunately, for out-of-state death, if a New Hampshire resident were to die out of state, it's a much longer procedure in place. And I know that from when my father passed away. He passed away in the hospital. He was at Mass General in Boston. So that's how I understand why it matters, because some people do pass away out of state. And this will really expedite that procedure significantly, because we don't have the same process for people who die in state. So that's what this addresses. I think most of the concerns that the Secretary of State's office raised, I believe, was addressed by the amendment. So please join me in support the motion of ought to pass as amended. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. Further discussion? Further discussion?
Mr. President, I want to thank my colleague from District 22. He's made the point that I was going to make, and the great discussion from our colleague in District 11. She brought up the term state deaths. If you die in state, the notification process is in place. What you're really looking at is out-of-state deaths. Mr. President, we have a significant number of our citizens that like to be here in New Hampshire in the summertime, go to the lakes and everything else. But when it comes to the wintertime, they don't like to be here so much. And they like to go south. And they die, unfortunately, when they're someplace else. And so how do we get timely notification of out-of-state deaths? That's what we're talking about really here. And this process will make it much quicker than waiting for somebody down there, okay, and they have to enter it, and it comes here to New Hampshire. It's a time-based issue according to the amendment. We're offering proof that this person died out of state. Take them off the rolls. It makes it easier. It makes it cleaner. I hope everyone can support this. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. The question is on adoption of ought to pass as amended. Senator Bursell has asked for a roll call. Senator Avard has seconded it, but first, Senator Rosenwald has a question.
A question of my colleague from District 11, if she'll take it. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for taking my question. You mentioned that the Secretary of State would have the obligation to inform the executor of an estate that they had to tell the town clerk of the death. So my question is, how does the Secretary of State find out or know who the executor of any particular estate is?
So thank you for that question. And there's a lot of, this is part of, I think, the confusion with the bill. As written, the bill, the line that is important is the executor of the state or personal representative, and I want to make clear, or personal representative, shall provide the clerk an official notice of the death of any person or persons of the age of 18 years or older within 30 days of such appointment. Now, I don't know how any of us would know who the personal representative necessarily is. We're going to assume often it's next of kin. We have an executor is usually family member. I think it is putting a huge amount of, a huge burden on grieving family. I think it puts a burden on the clerks and the Secretary of State now to manage this. I appreciate your question because I do think this is troubling, and I wish that we would not move this forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rosenwald. And Chandley, a roll call has been requested. The pending motion is ought to pass as amended. If you're in favor, you would vote aye. If you are opposed, you would vote no. The clerk will please call the roll.
Senator Gendron.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Waters is excused. Senator Prentiss.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator Chandley.
No.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Susie.
No.
Senator Birdsall.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro is excused. Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes, ma'am.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
Senator Bradley.
Yes. The ayes have it 14-8. Senate Bill 576 is ordered to third reading. And guess what? Now we're at the consent calendar. We're at the conclusion of the regular calendar, and we will take up the one bill that was removed from the consent calendar. The Senate, Senator Birdsall.
Mr. President, I'd like to remove Senate Bill 173 off the table.
Okay, so before we get to the consent calendar, Senator Birdsall has moved to take Senate Bill 173 off the table. The pending motion is ought to pass.
No, it's going to third reading. That's it. But you want to take it from the table first.
The motion that sent the bill to the table is ought to pass. So if you're in favor of removing it from the table, you would vote aye. If you're opposed, you would vote no. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? And now I order Senate Bill 173 to third reading. Yes. And now we'll get back to the consent calendar. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred Senate Bill 487 FN, an act relative to the division of personnel in the Department of Administrative Services. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be referred to interim study by a vote of 5-0. Senator Carson for the committee.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 487 FN creates a new chapter for the Personnel Appeals Board and repeals 6 statutes related to the Department of Administrative Services Division. The bill was filed at the request of the Department of Administrative Services. The committee recognizes that no compromise was made to alleviate major concerns regarding the bill that were brought forth in various testimonies. The committee feels the bill needs more time to be looked over and moved to interim study. Mr. President, I would ask the body to vote down the committee vote of interim study so that I can speak to a floor amendment.
Motion is refer to interim study on Senate Bill 487. If you're in favor of that motion, you'd say aye. If you're opposed, you'd say no. Senator Perkins Quokka.
If I believe that the concerns of state employees may have been addressed in a forthcoming floor amendment, would I now vote no on the interim study motion?
Again, if you're in favor of interim study, you'd vote yes. If you're opposed to that, you would vote no. You ready for the question? All in favor of the motion, please say aye. And all opposed? No. Wow, nobody's asleep. All right, the motion of interim study failed, and I recognize Senator Carson.
President, I'd like to present floor amendment number 1177S, and I'd like to speak to the floor amendment.
Senator Carson has moved ought to pass and is recognized to introduce floor amendment 1177.
Thank you, Mr. President. Probably about 2 days after we took the interim study vote, the two parties decided to get together and try to work on this bill. So this amendment is the compromise, and there are 3 areas that they compromised on. The first is on page 3, beginning on line 26. The original bill was 60 days. They agreed to 50 days. The second change is on page 5, line 5. It includes a new section D that says the disciplinary action was unjust in light of the facts in evidence. And then finally, on page 5, lines 23 to 24, it says, or modify any order of the appointing authority, comma, and the new language is, or make such order as it may deem just. Those were the additions. That is the agreement. So I hope everyone can support Amendment 1177S. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Senator Perkins-Coie.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just briefly, I rise to support the amendment. There is still hope that maybe in a future iteration we can get even closer to fully defining just cause in the language in RSA 273D, but Senator Carson has given the parties the opportunity to reach agreement otherwise, and so I hope you'll support this amendment and to pass as amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Perkins-Coie. The question is on adoption of floor amendment 1177. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Open for further discussion and amendments. Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Senate Bill 487 is ordered to the Committee on Finance. So before we go to the final page, let's welcome back our friend Ava Hawks in the gallery. And now that everybody's standing, I recognize Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, that all bills and resolutions ordered to a third reading be by this resolution read a third time, all titles be the same as adopted, and that they be passed at the present time.
All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The early session is adjourned. We're now in the late session. Are there any announcements or personal privileges to come before the Senate? Senator Ricciardi.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to all my colleagues for signing our resolution recognizing Greek Independence Day, which is next week, but we don't have session, so I'm going to read it today, but I will read it fast, okay? Whereas March 25th marks the 203rd anniversary of the start of the War of Greek Independence, in which the Greek people broke away from the Ottoman Empire for the first time in 4 centuries. And whereas this revolution restored democracy to Greece, where the very concept of democratic self-governance was born more than 2,000 years ago. And whereas Greece is an important commercial partner with the United States, accounting for more than $4.5 billion in trade each year. And whereas the New England was a favored destination for the great wave of Greek immigration that began in 1890, resulting in a large and vibrant Greek community, particularly in Manchester and Nashua. And whereas nearly 20,000 Granite Staters boast of their Greek ancestry, with the Boston, Worcester, Manchester region having the second largest Greek American population in the entire country. And whereas our Greek American neighbors have shaped the New Hampshire we know today, including our churches, our restaurants, and our politics, resolved by the Senate that the New Hampshire Senate celebrates Greek Independence Day, recognizing the right of all people to determine their own governance, free from tyranny and oppression, as well as the vital cultural contributions that New Hampshire's Greek community has made to the Granite State. Long live Greece.
Senator Prentiss.
Mr. President, and unanimous consent, and I'm going to be, it's kind of bookends. I'll start the unanimous consent, and my other bookend is going to be Senator Rosenwald. So I'd like to briefly talk about the passing of Representative Sharon Nordgren. I had waited until now because the House just recently recognized her, and I wanted to make sure that, I was hoping we could all do it on the same day, but it didn't work out. On Saturday, February 10th, an 18-term legislator, 36 years here in the State House, Sharon Nordgren, passed away with her husband, her beloved husband, Dick, by her side. She cut her teeth in elected office as a select person from the town of Hanover. In fact, she was the first woman chair of their select board. And she was the wizard of collaboration and of compromise locally, and then brought that work to her, brought that experience to her work here in the State House, where she served on finance, specifically dealing in the House on the healthcare side for all of the time that she was here. Children in this state that previously didn't have insurance because there wasn't a program, lower income children who didn't have access to health care and primary care because of Sharon Nordgren's efforts. I feel a little cheated because I only knew her, I knew of her being that I lived in the town next or the city next door, but I didn't really get to know her personally until we served together. And Sharon had this back porch as a house, and where the hospital used to be up on they called Ockham Ridge, and she's this great backyard, but she has this back porch, and she would summon you to the back porch. So I was newly elected. We really didn't know each other, and I got the phone call or the text message. I'd like to have you come over, and I'm going to have a couple people. We'd like to get to know you. So I thought this was like a political discussion. She said, so tell me about yourself. And I started talking about, positions that, I was in favor of. I started talking policy-wise, and she said, no. Who are your people? Where are you from? Are you married? Do you have any children? And she wanted to know you. And that's how she built relationships. That's how she led her life. That's how she did her work in, not just for the town of Hanover, but in this building. And I actually just drove by her house this weekend. I was in Hanover, and I just still can't believe that she's not with us. We were fortunate to have her 80th birthday at former Senator Burling's house last fall. We had a really nice gathering. Many people were there, even people in this chamber today, and it was, it's those times you just can't, you got to do them. You got to make sure you tell people you love them and honor the work that they do. And as I wrap up my comments today, I want to share with you and send my deepest love and condolences to Dick Nordgren, her loving husband. She has 2 children, Chrissy and Chrissy and her husband John, who live in Maine, her son Rob, who many know because he was a physician that worked in New Hampshire for years, and his wife Julia. She has 3 grandchildren, all boys, okay? And she has this grand dog, Finny, that she loved. And so she would go to see her daughter, and I wouldn't hear as much about the trip to see her daughter as I would about Finny. So God bless you, Sharon. Thank you. We are a better state, and the Upper Valley is a tighter community because of your service. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Prentiss. Senator Rosenwald.
Consent, please. Long before I ever spoke with Sharon Nordgren, I admired her from the back benches of the House. She seemed to know everything. She knew the people in the House, all of them, even though a third of them turn over every year. She knew the politics, she knew the budget, and she knew the policies. So she was terrifying, really, from that perspective. But when I joined the House Finance Committee in 2011, I began to see a completely different side of Sharon. She was welcoming, she was inclusive, she was a mentor, and she was a teacher. Sharon was Minnesota nice, but she had a New England sense of humor. In fact, she was screamingly funny. And she welcomed me to finance and helped me learn the history of the programs through HHS because she'd spent so many years on Division 3. And as my colleague from District 5 says, she was most interested in family. She was very close to her own children and her 3 grandchildren, but her family also included the House Finance Committee. And by extension, our families. I had the same experience you did. Who are your people? She met my son Henry, who some of you know, because he was often hanging around the State House. And she extended her watchful eye to him. She always asked me how he was doing in his work, but more importantly in his life and his growing family. So I guess I'll close by saying we lost a giant in a tiny frame. And Godspeed, Sharon, rest in power. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rosenwald. Are there any further announcements or personal privileges? Seeing none, without objection, all personal privileges or unanimous consent or other remarks shall be entered into the permanent journal of the Senate per Rule 216 and 17. Seeing no further business, I recognize Senator Carson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the business of the day being completed, that the Senate recess to the call of the chair for the purposes of introducing legislation, re-referring bills to committee, scheduling hearings, sending and receiving messages, vacating bills, and processing enrolled bill reports and amendments. And when we recess to the call of the chair.
All in favor, please say aye. Aye. And any opposed? Wow, I think I got that one. The ayes have it. The Senate is in recess to the call of the chair.